Good morning. Good morning to all of you. Welcome. Yeah, welcome all of you to this one-day session on hypothesis building and testing, a structural equation modeling approach uh, conducted by Center for Consultancy, Training, and Corporate Interface, Department of Commerce. We welcome all the participants and dignitaries. First, I would request Dr. Vikram Baliga, the CCTCI coordinator, to give his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Matthew. It's a pleasure to give the welcome address for this session. First of all, to begin with, I would like to welcome all the participants, both nationally and internationally, for joining this program. The program is organized by Center for Consultancy, Training, and Corporate Interface and IBAT. Both these entities are working with a common objective. Center for Consultancy, Training, and Corporate Interface explores corporate interface opportunities for students of Department of Commerce with the view of going closer to the industry and bringing programs, courses which are relevant to the students from the practice side, especially in the aspects of business. Similarly, IBAT also is working on the same mission. They are trying to set up a platform for business delegates, technologists, so that healthy discussions takes place in contemporary issues. So both these entities have joined hands to bring this program, and it's a pleasure to have Dr. Raj Rodriguez, a very well-known figure in not only in MIT but in Manipal circles. Dr. Shilpa will give a brief academic and research credentials of Dr. Raj, but secretly I know the person, the charming influence that he has among researchers in Manipal. You see him during his walks during the Manipal Lake in the evening. You will see Dr. Raj overtaking you with his magnanimous voice. You see him in Manipal canteen. He will be there, talking to students, research scholars, etc., sharing his experience. Yeah. So the speciality of Dr. Raj lies in himself learning and getting updated and continuously motivating researchers to do and give the best for the field of research. Yeah, and he has his Jeep, which he's very proud of. And that's what I know much about him. Welcome you, sir, and we are very thankful for you having accepted our invitation to do this workshop for the benefit of all research scholars. I also thank Dr. Dashrath Raj Shetty for organizing this, helping us organize this. Special welcome and thanks to Professor Satish Rao, Director Research, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Dr. Sandeep Shenoy, Head Department of Commerce and Director Compliance, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. All my colleagues, Dr. Rashmi, Dr. Shilpa Gopal, Dr. Matthew, Ravindra Shenoy, and my colleagues who are there here to help us out in the organizing of this workshop. Last but not the least, again, I would welcome all the participants, research scholars, and PG students, postgraduate students, and research scholars who have gathered here, and faculties in the early stage of their research. So overall, happy learning to all of you. I once again thank Dr. Raj for having accepted this, and wish you all a happy learning. Thank you very much. Over to Matthew.
Thank you so much, Vikram sir, for a wonderful opening remarks. Now I would request Dr. Ankita Shetty ma'am to introduce our chief guest for the day. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the chief guest of the day, Dr. B.S. Satish Rao, to all of you. As a part of his awards and academic honors, Sir has won the INSA Teachers Award 2017 from the Indian National Science Academy in 2017 and the Distinguished Alumni Award by Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, Mahe in the year 2004. And these are just a few among many other medals and accolades. He has served as visiting scientist at prestigious universities across the world in Japan, Germany, US, and Australia. Currently, Dr. Satish is the Directorate of Research, Mahe, and prior to this, he was Associate Director at Manipal School of Life Sciences from 2016 to 2019. And prior to that, a professor and head of the Department of Radiation Biology and Toxicology, School of Life Sciences, Manipal. Dr. Satish has won several prestigious research grants and has over 140 publications in high-impact journals, and his area of publication includes nanoscale, International Journal of Radiation Oncology, biology, physics, free radical biology and medicine, DNA repair, environmental toxicology, and pharmacology. Apart from being the reviewer for over 40 journals, he's also the editorial board member of the Journal of Radiation and Cancer Research, Medno publication, as well as Journal of Medical Physics, Walters Kluwer Medno publication. It was my pleasure to welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Sir, sir, you're still on mute.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ankita, for that nice introduction. Good morning to you all. Dr. Sandeep Shenoy, HOD of Department of Commerce. Dr. Vikram Baliga, the coordinator of Center for Consultancy Training and Corporate Interface in association with the IPAT. You're going to organize this workshop, and all the faculty members, all the members of the organizing team, and most importantly, the participants of this workshop, as well as the resource person, Dr. Raj Rodriguez. Thank you very much once again for giving me the opportunity for being with you all during this inaugural function. I deeply appreciate the efforts of Vikram Baliga for conceptualizing this workshop with the support of Dr. Sandeep Shenoy. During the next couple of minutes, let me share the fact and the figures of why research and developmental activities are so important for the researchers at any higher education institutions. Today, we all know that the whole world is moving towards knowledge-based economy. I deeply appreciate the efforts of Vikram Baliga for conceptualizing this workshop with the support of Dr. Sandeep Shenoy. During the next couple of minutes, let me share the fact and the figures. Developmental activities are so important for the researchers.
It would be really great, sir.
There is some issue, I think. There is an echo coming up. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There is some disturbance, right?
Yeah.
So, as we know, the whole world is moving towards a knowledge-based economy. That's the reason why the higher education institutions are exposed to highly competitive work today. It is in this context, not only the educational excellence is important, but also creation of the new knowledge. That's basically by means of research is equally important. It's only possible by the conduct of cutting-edge research driven by the faculty and the researchers at the university. Therefore, every university and organization gives paramount importance for the creating a vibrant research environment. Manipal Academy of Higher Education, one of the leading academic and research organization in India, and it constitutes a wide range of institutions in the field of health sciences, technology and management, commerce and humanities, social sciences, and liberal arts. Totally, we have a multidisciplinary environment for undertaking interdisciplinary research. Mahe has a history of more than 7 decades, beginning with the establishment of Kasturba Medical College and then followed by MIT. Research has always been an area of paramount importance to Mahe. Therefore, over the years, research at Mahe has significantly increased and contributed to the new knowledge across a spectrum of disciplines ranging from energy to health, engineering to humanities, commerce to social sciences, impacting at local as well as international level. Just to give a glimpses of overview of our contributions, Mahe as a whole to the research and development, I will share you some of the statistics. What is the present scenario of research at Mahe? If you look into the statistics regarding the publications today, it's as of now, today, it is about 2,693 publications have been already published in the peer-reviewed journals. And some of them are coming up, 46 of them are coming up once again in 2022. And last year, in fact, we had about 2,815, and we are with the hope that actually this year, it might cross 3,000 plus. And if you dissect the publications, with respect to the quality, as you know, the quality is assessed by Q1 and Q2 publications. We have more than 29% of all these publications are in Q1. And if you add up with the Q2, it will be more than 52%. It means more than 52% of our all publications are published in Q1 and Q2 journals. It speaks about the quality of our publications. If you look into the citations for publication, for considering the last 5 years statistics, it is about 4.8. While the papers for faculty is 3.5, and the field weight citation index is about more than 0.96. Now, if you compare this one with the global standard, its global standard is 1. We are very close to that. And more than 33.5% of the publications are all in international collaboration. Percentage of publication in top Q1 journals, that is 25% journals, is 40.1%. And the top 10% is about 18.7%. And another thing what I would like to share is more than 40% of our publications are all in open access. So we are actually one of the top organizations in Asia who is publishing continuously in open access journals. Now, all these statistics very clearly indicates the contribution of Mahe for research. So considering both the academic excellence as well as the research excellence contribution, Mahe has been accorded the status of Institute of Eminence by HRD, Government of India. The international agencies like the World Ranking, US Ranking, or the national ranking agencies such as NIRF, NAC, etc., are assessing all the organizations with various parameters such as educational excellence, research productivity in terms of publications, grant applications, revenue generated by the consultancy, and research visibility, number of PhDs generated, number of IPRs granted, transfer of technology which has happened during the academic year. All these things are actually the parameters which are being assessed by all these ranking agencies. The point to be noted here is why research becomes so important, basically because the weightage which is given to the research parameter is about more than 30 to 55% in various ranking agencies. So in this context, this workshop is very apt. It introduces young faculty researchers as well as PhD scholars from Mahe and outside Mahe to inculcate research culture and thereby contribute towards one of the pillars of IOE, that is exemplary research and innovation. The workshops like this on research methodology will give an overall idea about the various aspects of the research and how all of you can make a significant impact by inculcating research culture within you. I'm sure the essence of every aspect of the research will be covered and deliberated during this workshop. I convey my best wishes to you all, and I wish this exercise will add great value to your research career as well as MAHE as a whole. So let me conclude with these few words. Good luck to you all. I'm sure the forthcoming activity, what you are undertaking with the expert opinion and guidance of Dr. Rodriguez, it will be really fruitful. Thank you for the opportunity. Once again, I thank the organizers and thank you all. Good luck to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words on the research contributions from MAHE. Now, I would request Dr. Shilpa Gopal to introduce our resource person. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Matthew, sir. Good morning, everyone. It's indeed an honor and privilege to introduce today's resource person, Professor Dr. Yulin Lester Raj Rodriguez. Dr. Raj Rodriguez has 32 years of teaching experience in India and abroad, most of which is at Manipal Institute of Technology, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, MAHE. He has been teaching advanced research methodologies to the PhD scholars of the university for the past 12 years, in addition to the courses in mechanical engineering and engineering management. He has successfully guided 11 PhDs in engineering and management areas and is currently guiding 8 PhDs in 2 universities. He has over 200 papers published in journals and international conferences and has over 1,200 citations for his papers. His recent publications are in the subject area of solid waste management, especially in the student community, integrating environmental knowledge and situational factors into the theories of planned behavior and value belief norm. His research interests range from knowledge management to system dynamics, and there is also a paper in machine learning in coronary heart disease prediction using structural equational modeling approach. Sir has a H index of 20 and won several best paper awards in several countries. He has authored 2 books and filed 1 patent. Dr. Raj has his BE degree in mechanical engineering, and his post-graduation degrees include MBA in HR and quality, MTech in production engineering systems technology, and PhD in system dynamics. His lectures are also available in YouTube on various research topics. So in short, we are privileged to have with us today Dr. Rodriguez, a self-motivated, innovative, committed, result-oriented individual with a passion to learn new things and creative points of view. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. We extend our hearty welcome once again, and we look forward for a session with great learners. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Matthew, sir.
Yeah, over to Raj, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Shilpa Gopal, for that excellent introduction. And also thanks to Professor Dr. Satish Rao for that excellent address that he gave and emphasized the importance of research in the universities. I would like to start my session thanking the director of School of Commerce, Professor Dr. Sandeep Shanai, for having given me this excellent opportunity to interact with the fellow researchers around the globe. More than 10 different nationalities are participating in this workshop, and we have had an overwhelming response. Over 1,000 participants have registered for this workshop, and it is going to be a very exciting day for research methodologists like me to make my deliberations to this August gathering. I should also thank Dr. Dashrath Raj Shetty, who has been instrumental in making this happen, because since the past several months, he has been insisting that I must come and speak in this forum and make my deliberations, specifically in research methodology. And together we decided to speak on this topic, that is hypothesis building and testing using the structural equation modeling approach, which is becoming popular these days.
Now I would request Dr. Rashmi ma'am to introduce our beloved HOD, Dr. Sandeep S. Shenoy, sir.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, Rashmi.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. I consider this as a great honor for me to introduce Dr. Sandeep S. Shenoy, the president of this inaugural session of the research workshop, to this learned audience. Dr. Shenoy is a civil engineer with master's degree in finance. His area of research is capital market reforms, international financial management, security analysis, and portfolio management. He has authored several articles in the renowned research journals. He is also the Director Compliance of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. He is well-known for his work in Department of Commerce, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, and in education community. Besides, he is a great teacher, motivator, and an inspiring leader. With this brief introduction, let me invite Dr. Sandeep S. Shenoy, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, for his presidential remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rashmi, and a very good morning to all of you. Dr. Satish Rao, Director Research, Dr. Raj Rodriguez, Professor MIT, and my colleagues in the department, my other invitees, and my student Dasra Raj Shetty, and all the delegates of this workshop. A very warm welcome to all of you, and I'm very happy that Vikram and Dashrath, along with the support from Raj Rodriguez, is organizing this very relevant workshop, which is very important considering what we heard from Dr. Satish Rao about the importance of good quality research. When we say quality, at present, considering that we are, as a country, we are not being able to publish as much publications as required. So we are at present more focused on quantity as a country. But however, as we go up in terms of participating in world rankings and participating, having an aspiration to be in top rankings in the world, we need to also focus on quality. So when we say quality, as Dr. Satish Rao mentioned, MAHE has always been synonymous with quality, and we have made sure that we are ahead of the times. So when the world is focusing on quantity, we were focusing on quality. So that way, we have been very, very focused in terms of making sure we are ahead of our peers in terms of our vision, in terms of building quality. So we have looked into these aspects quite some time back, and we had formed a system where our researchers were encouraged to publish in high quality journals, and we made sure our faculties are oriented in that direction, and even our research scholars as well. So keeping in mind the requirements of the rankings, the requirements of quality in research, we have made sure we have put in policies and systems to make sure our researchers come out with the best quality research. So, as you can see in the output, in terms of outputs, almost 52% of MAHE's research comes in high quality journals. That itself is a testimony of the kind of vision of our founder, the vision of our management in terms of making sure MAHE is an institution of eminence. And as an institution of eminence, we ourselves have a lot of responsibility to make sure we give the best to the society. So keeping this in mind, we have organized this workshop with the support from the different sources, the Research Directorate, the IBAT, and MIT, as well as our faculties from our department. And we made sure that we would deliver something which is of high quality to the audience. So I'm sure Raj Rodriguez sir will be definitely giving up a very good inputs to all of you, and you will be definitely be benefited at the end of this workshop. And also a humble request to all the delegates that please make sure you implement the benefits of this workshop in the form of good publications and make sure the output of the country improves. With these few words, I again thank all of you for being part of this wonderful opportunity to listen to a learned researcher like Raj Rodriguez, and wish you a happy day and enjoy the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandeep sir, for your wonderful words. Now I would request Ravindra sir to give the vote of thanks.
Matthew sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, all. Again, it's a great morning, and I really want to thank all the people who are responsible for conducting the inception, the planning of this workshop, and people who have been involved right from the beginning. So first of all, our heartfelt gratitude goes to Dr. Satish Rao, Directorate of Research, Mahe Manipal, for being the chief guest and giving us views and giving us a lot of insights. Sir, we thank you for being with us and delivering your address. We would also like to thank the president of the day, Dr. Sandeep Shenoy, Head Department of Commerce, who has been the inspiration and has been guiding us throughout in conducting various workshops. Sir, thanks a lot. We would also like to thank Dr. Devlin Raj Rodriguez for being the resource person, and he would be the torch that would definitely light more and more other lamps that would help in research, the lamp of research in each one of us. Sir, we would like to thank you, Dr. Devlin Raj Rodriguez from the Department of Humanities and Management, MIT Manipal. We would also like to thank Dr. Vikram Baliga, Dr. Rashmi Pai, Dr. Ankita, Dr. Dasharath Chetty, and Dr. Matthew for being the key people behind this program, in organizing this program. And also thanks to all the delegates, all the participants who will be participating in this program and taking the best benefit. And definitely in the days to come, we will see better research in various areas, a lot of collaborations happening, a lot of quality research, a lot of good publications also happening from all of us. So thank you one and all.
Thank you, Ravindra sir. So now we come to an end of this formal event. So I would request the participants to stay back. We have a resource person here, and happy learning. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for barging in before my schedule. I once again thank Professor Dr. Sandeep Shenoy, because he has been our source of inspiration and the man behind this entire workshop that we are about to launch. So shall I go ahead with my presentation now?
Yes, sir. Over to you.
Yes. Yeah. Can you see my PPT?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yes, I thank the entire team for coordinating so very well. All right, and once again, I welcome all our participants from, as I said, from about 10 different countries. Over 1,000 have registered. And before starting this workshop, let me tell you the very philosophy behind this one-day workshop. It is definitely not going to be a teacher-centric teaching. Instead, it is going to be a learner-centric learning. We are all learners, and I would like to adopt constructivism as the philosophy to this workshop, in the sense that we are going to co-create knowledge. This is a wonderful opportunity for all the researchers from different parts of the globe to come together and listen to this deliberation, participate in this deliberation, and as rightly said, it has to end with the doing. You know this quote, that is, research is 99% inspiration and 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, isn't it? It is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Based on that quote, I have extended as a professor. My favorite quote is, it is 1% instruction and 99% execution. Research is just 1% of instruction and 99% of execution. So we had requested the participants to participate with a notebook and a pen. As I navigate you through this workshop, you must have one research problem in your mind, and all these tools, technologies, and methodologies which I expose you to, you should see how to go about with your research problem using these techniques which I would like to expose you to in this one-day workshop. So let there be co-creation of knowledge. Now, a few words about hypothesis building and structural equation modeling approach. Now you see the focus should be on hypothesis building, and structural equation modeling is just a tool. As you know, it is a very popular tool these days, and it has extended its wings into even statistical machine learning, particularly in disease propagation. So it is a very powerful tool, and you will have enough exposure to this tool by the end of this one-day workshop. But never underestimate the power that is lying in you to build a good research hypothesis. So how to build a hypothesis? What is the philosophy behind hypothesis? Now that should be the focus in this kind of a workshop. If you go with a very good hypothesis formulated in your mind, and then you start working towards developing the hypothesis further and testing it, then that would serve the purpose of this particular workshop. One more point I would like to emphasize at the beginning itself is that we have a heterogeneous group, diversified disciplines. We have undergraduates, postgraduates, we have doctoral level of research scholars, we have professors in this team who have joined to brush up their knowledge, and it is going to be a wonderful deliberation with diversified viewpoints from different areas of research as well as at different levels. So kindly bear with me when I start with the basics and foundation, and then go to certain advanced issues related to hypothesis building. So most of the things, the PhD scholars and professors, you might have exposed yourselves to these, but bear with me when I go through this, because we need to also deliver stuff to the undergraduate and postgraduate scholars and those who have newly registered for PhD. Okay, so with this little introduction, let me go to the objectives of this workshop. By the end of this workshop, we have to accomplish this. So at the end of this one-day workshop, the participants should be exposed to the theory behind hypothesis postulation, the context of hypothesis in a research, an understanding of how to develop a hypothesis, the mathematical background underpinning the hypothesis testing using structural equation modeling, the t-test and the multiple regression analysis, which is the foundation of structural equation modeling. We will look into the mathematics behind that, and then try to have an understanding of how to test a hypothesis using a technique like structural equation modeling. We will navigate it through a case study. So this is what I have planned for one day. So you should have a good exposure to this, and let us co-create knowledge. I've told you it is only 1% instruction. Your research problem should be ready with you, and 99% it is execution from your side. A lot of contemplating, forward thinking should take place in your mind as I navigate you through this program. And for every 50 minutes of lectureship, let us have a break. Let us have a break, relax, and then come back and participate. All right. So let me start with first component of my objective. There we have to focus on the mode of reasoning. You see, our entire research that we undertake is based on the mode of our reasoning. So what are the basic three modes of reasoning? Let us first see. First one is inductive reasoning. Second one is deductive reasoning. And the third one is abductive reasoning. I have not added too much of gimmicks to my presentation. I would like to keep it in simple, plain words so that we would focus on thinking rather than going by kinds of animation and so forth. So let us focus on inductive reasoning, deductive reasoning, and abductive reasoning, and try to understand what it is. First one, inductive reasoning. Now in inductive reasoning, the condition is that if the premises are true, then the conclusion need not be true. The premises which you have built is true, fine. But the conclusion that we make based on these initial premises, that need not be true necessarily. A quick example. Last time when I ate ice cream, I developed cold. I caught cold. I had a running nose. Okay, this is my premise. 1 month before that, when I have had ice cream, at that time also, I had developed cold. I had caught cold. 2 months before that, when I had ice cream, even at that time, there was a running nose. I caught cold. All these premises are true, yes. Then I conclude, if I eat ice cream, I will catch cold. This need not necessarily be true. This need not necessarily be true. Why? Because this conclusion that I have made based on the premises that I have set is only based on frequency of occurrence. I have not investigated on whether ice cream has that virus or group of viruses which induce cold in me, or it will make me weak against my resistance against cold. There is no such analysis. There is no such research undertaken. It is just based on the premises that I set and my observations based on frequency of occurrence. This is inductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning. Now in deductive reasoning, if the premises are true, then the conclusion that I make must be true. I repeat, in deductive reasoning, as the name itself says, we deduce. If my premises are true, the conclusion that I make must be true. Quick example. Suppose I observe that all productive employees are high performers. All productive employees are high performers. Now, a particular case, Mr. Charles is a productive employee. Then my conclusion is, then Mr. Charles must be a high performer. See, all productive employees are high performer. And among these employees, Mr. Charles is a productive employee. Then he must be a high performer. This is deductive reasoning. Then what is the third type of reasoning? That is abductive reasoning. Third type of reasoning is abductive reasoning. What happens in abductive reasoning? Abductive reasoning. In abductive reasoning, what happens is among the given alternatives, we can see that a particular choice is the best when we have very limited time to arrive at a conclusion. We have a time constraint, and among the alternatives that I have to pick the best alternative. Then we go by abductive reasoning, claiming that among the alternatives that I have, this is the best conclusion I can arrive at. Best example for this is medical diagnosis. Given the symptoms, the best guess of the disease is, say, COVID-19. He has a running nose. He has lost the sensation of smell and taste. Okay. And it is a time where COVID-19 is prevailing everywhere. And with limited time, we arrive at a conclusion that probably he has COVID or she has COVID-19 is an abductive reasoning based conclusion. And of course, it has to be confirmed through the relevant medical tests. So there are of course other types of reasoning, but in the context of research, researchers mainly base their hypothesis or hypothesis formulation or start point to their research based on these three types of reasoning. Now, which one of them is good, which one of them is not good is not the question here. These are the three modes of reasoning which are available to us. Then we will see a comparative analysis of the three. What does abductive reasoning do? See, in abductive reasoning, it only leads away. Among these alternatives, the red one is the best guess. What does inductive reasoning do? It leads us into something with a diversified point of view, and conclusion is probably true. In deductive reasoning or deductive logic that we develop, we lead down, we converge into a point. So conclusion is guaranteed true. I intentionally read it reverse way. So what is abductive reasoning? It is incomplete observation. Even in the example which I gave you, it is only a diagnosis. The medical tests, your hemodynamic characteristics or metabolic characteristics were not taken into account here. It is only incomplete observation, just an observation to start with. Okay, in operations research, we make an initial guess, isn't it? The very definition of operations research is giving bad answers to problems which otherwise would have been worst. So initially, when we set an objective function there in operations research, we start with one start point and then we will refine it. We will do iterations. we will repeat and improve upon that. So incomplete observation, that is the best prediction that we do, which may be true or may not be, which we have to verify. Fine. In deductive reasoning, it's a general rule that we have applied in deductive reasoning, and we are arriving at a specific conclusion which is always true, because we have scientifically arrived at this conclusion through the principles of deductive reasoning. Then inductive reasoning, we have made a specific observation, like cold example I gave you, specific observation, and we are trying to make a general conclusion out of it, which may or may not be true. So these references which I cite here in most of the slides which we go through are very important. I will not spend time reading them, but please make a note of them and try to gain access to that article and go through that for your deeper understanding of the content in that particular slide. So I instantly give citations there which is related to the content which I am discussing. All right, fine. Now, how to use these types of reasoning in building a hypothesis? Why did I start with the reasoning methods when I was supposed to speak about hypothesis building? Okay, now we start with inductive reasoning initially, say, that is, move from specific observations that we have made to general conclusion that we arrive at through, as I mentioned, frequency of occurrence, our personal experience, or our imagination, or our gut feeling, or the situational demand, so on and so forth. Okay, we are moving to some specific observation as researchers through inductive reasoning. Now this has to lead us to what we call it as conjecture. Inductive reasoning leads us to conjecture. So conjecture is something that may or may not be true, but appears to be true. With my initial observation, based on my experience or frequency of occurrence, it appears to be true, or it may or may not be true. I don't know. So that is a conjecture. It is not a hypothesis. Now we need to convert this conjecture into a hypothesis. This is where your literature review comes. First thing, when you approach your guide or supervisor, either at undergraduate, postgraduate, or doctoral level, they say, come with a given number of papers related to your area and let us review that first. Why? When we do this literature review, we get into deductive reasoning mode. Now this literature review may force us to undertake a systematic literature review. We call it as SLR, very popular review. Evidence-based systematic literature review. So what do we do here? We move from the general rules which we have had, which are very well laid, general rules to be followed in systematic literature review based paper, say. General rule 2, specific conclusion. Now we have passed it through general rules and principles, and we are arriving at a specific conclusion by identifying the variables using established theories which we have found in our literature review. You see, now we have a base. Now we have a foundation. We have evidence. We have a set of principles which are guiding us to move towards a specific conclusion which gives us a hypothesis. Now we have built a hypothesis that can be scientifically tested. Hypothesis which can be scientifically tested. So to quickly summarize what I told you under mode of reasoning, we start with the conjecture, then do the literature review, we follow certain guidelines and principles, then with certainty we declare that there is evidence that these two variables or three variables or any number are related to each other. Many researchers have agreed to this. Many researchers have disagreed with this. Many researchers have claimed that it is context based. So I have a context in which I would like to test the relationship between these variables. So I am building a hypothesis. This is how we move to our hypothesis. That's the starting point. We should also know when to use hypothesis testing based research. When do you qualify hypothesis testing research in a given case of research? That depends upon your research paradigm, and then it depends upon the research approach or method that you have chosen. So these highlighted words are very important for us in the context of hypothesis testing. When hypothesis testing is applicable. Research paradigm. What is your research paradigm? P-A-R-A-D-I-G-M. Let's look into this word first. Paradigm. What is a paradigm? Then we will go to research paradigm. Paradigm is the lens through which you see the world. Paradigm is like the map that you use to locate a territory. Paradigm is your frame of reference. 3 examples I gave you. It's a lens through which you see the world. If you look through a convex lens, it appears differently. Concave lens, it appears differently. So it is a lens that you have chosen to see the world. Or it is a map that you are using to locate a territory. How can we locate the right territory with a wrong map? So our map should be correct. Right? In the same way, what is our frame of reference? If I lift up my hand and say it is vertical, what is your frame of reference? Are we standing on the North Pole and South Pole and declaring it to be vertical? Or are we on the equator and declaring it to be horizontal or vertical? It depends upon which is your frame of reference to declare whether it is vertical or horizontal. I think this has given you a good idea about what a paradigm is. Now, research paradigm. We have to see what is our research paradigm. The research paradigm with which we start will give us a result based on that paradigm. Let us look into that now. There are around 12 philosophical paradigms. Let us not go through all those 12 paradigms now, but let us focus to some specific paradigms or philosophies to start with. Now, ontological stance, it is more than paradigm. We can say that we have taken an ontological stance for research. What is ontology? Ontology, in simple words, is what is 1 plus 1. If I know what is 1 plus 1, or if I try to understand what is 1 plus 1 and I know that it is 2 instantly, then that knowledge is ontological knowledge. So if I take ontological stance to my research, I will be researching on what happens. what is the kind of relationship between the variables, all what kinds of questions are going to be answered. It is contrasted by epistemological stance. Epistemological stance. What is epistemology in terms of research philosophy? It is dealing with how, H-O-W, how 1 plus 1 became 2. If I know that, how 1 plus 1 became 2 and not 3, that knowledge becomes epistemological knowledge. So, to start with, when I am taking up a research, in research methodology, I have to declare my stance first, whether it is an ontological stance I take or epistemological stance I take. So, ontological stance if I take, I am looking deep into what kind of knowledge. Epistemological stance if I take, I am looking into how kind of knowledge, how 1 plus 1 became 2 and it did not become 3. Now, based on these two stands that I take, now I fix my research paradigm. I pick a research paradigm based on whether I take an ontological stance or I take epistemological stance. Now I may take ontological stance and take singularity under ontological stance. Under ontological stance, I have declared singularity to be my end point, means one specific solution. I am presuming that for this research that I have taken, I am looking for that one solution. You see, we have seen in the recent example of COVID-19, singularity was not there in terms of kind of vaccines, isn't it? It was pluralistic. There were several vaccines developed which solved that same problem and came out to be the vaccines. Under one domain which you have chosen, you can go for singularity, but on a whole, it is not singularity. We have gone for pluralism. Pluralism, opposite of singularity. Since the dawn of civilization, humankind has always had these two stances, singularity or pluralism under the ontological approach. Even religion, you see that there are religions with singularity focus and there are religions with pluralism, multiple gods. So mankind has always been looking for singularity solution or pluralistic solutions. So if as a researcher you have taken singularity stance, you will go further under that. But under epistemological stance, basically you will declare the variables. Say you want to see how these variables are related under epistemological stance. Then the research paradigm that you have to choose is positivism. Please understand these blocks. I have taken singularity as my end result under ontological stance, and under the epistemological stance I am going to look for examining how the variables are related. Then the paradigm that I have to choose, or the paradigm in which I am doing my research, is positivism. You should not go out from positivism. Positivism would be my research paradigm. I'm going to deal with 4 basic research paradigms in today's workshop because they are the most widely used research paradigms. We can narrow down to 4 paradigms fundamentally in any research. So Singularity, ontological stance. Examining variables, epistemological stance. That gives me positivism research paradigm. If I take an ontological stance of pluralism, initially when I had a conjecture and then I went to the literature review, I found that the solution here is pluralistic, or the body of knowledge which I would like to explore and fill into has got pluralism that I observed in the literature review. And then I take an epistemological stance of examining these multiple theories. Then I may go for interpretivist approach, or I may, yes, is there an interruption?
Sorry, sir, sorry.
No, okay. In case you want me to stop for some reason, you can stop me. And at every 50 minutes, we will give a break. All right. Yeah. So, epistemological stance, when I take, I try to interpret something, or I try to explain something, or I try to develop a theory. Now, you see, get into the frame of mind of pluralistic solution to your research problem. My epistemological stance would be to examine a theory, interpret a theory, or explain what has been found out, or develop a theory. I go for my second research paradigm, which is either interpretivism or constructivism. I'm going to interpret a theory, or I'm going to construct a new theory. I will give examples for these categories later. Let us try to conceptually understand that first. And then in the beginning itself, you have found that I am not very certain whether it is going to be a singularity based conclusion at the end of my research, or it is pluralistic, pluralism. It could be singularity or pluralism. Einstein himself has stated, where is research if you already know what is your end product? So we don't know. We are not very sure about our end product in research. So singularity or pluralism, I am not very sure about on my ontological stance. Epistemological stance, I am going to examine the theories using all practical means. See, examining the theory through interpretation and explanation is one part. Examining the theories practically, or scientifically we can say empirically. Empiricism, when we are introducing under epistemological stance, we are examining it, then we bring the third research paradigm popularly used called pragmatism. The word pragmatism itself says something to do with practical, isn't it? So pragmatism will be my third research paradigm. Now, if a researcher may feel that singularity and pluralism, it could be and, or I am not very sure. I may end up with a singularity solution or pluralism or both. In this context, this is singularity. Under this context, it is pluralism, and I would like to research on both. And then my epistemological stance is critically examine theories and modify it to the next level. See here, please observe. First, we explored and found the relationship between variables. Here, we are aiming to build a theory. Third, we are trying to test the theory practically. And then in the fourth stage here, we are going to critically examine the theory. Any theory is still a theory, isn't it? In one of the international conferences, while exchanging pleasantries, one professor told me, which I always remember very nicely. He said, look, Professor Rodriguez, before marriage, I had 6 theories on how to rear children. Before marriage, I had 6 theories on how to rear children. But now after marriage, I have 6 children and no theory on how to rear a child. Because all theories are subject to modification, isn't it? No theory is absolute. Like Einstein rightly said, everything under the sun is relative. So a researcher may critically examine a theory and modify it to the next level, and then that becomes a transformative research paradigm. Transformative research paradigm. Now, depending upon what research paradigm you have chosen, you may have to take an approach, and this approach will decide whether you are going to have a hypothesis there or not. Now, what are the approach? Qualitative and quantitative, if you write fully in small letters, it is very confusing. So most of the research methodologies, even in the textbook, they either write QUAN or QUAN. If you write QUAN capitalized, that means that is more important. It has been given prominence. And if you write QUAN in small letters, then it says that it is not very prominent as the other approach. Now, I should tell you something about research approaches. Strictly speaking, in terms of research methodology language, there are 2 approaches to research. Now, quantitative and qualitative are only approaches to research. But interchangeably, they use the words like methods and all. It's okay. But strictly speaking, qualitative or quantitative is only an approach. Okay. So quant capital means that is prominent. Now in this write up here, you can see is quant capitalized, qual small letters. That means in singularity with positivism as your paradigm, your main finding is based on quantitative findings supported through qualitative findings. That is positivism. That's why most of the scientific engineering based findings are positivistic approach looking for singularity, which is quantitatively verified. A strong contender of hypothesis building research. It is substantiated later through qualitative findings. Whereas when you have taken interpretivism or constructivism, you see, you need to interpret, you need to explain, okay, you need to discuss, you need to argue upon your point. All this qualitative becomes prominent, and you can support it with quantitative findings. So qual becomes prominent, quantitative becomes secondary, and it supports. So primary findings is based on qualitative interpretation. Then when you adopted pragmatism, you can give equal importance for both qualitative and quantitative. There are arguments that I don't want to give equal importance for qualitative and quantitative. I would like to go by quantitative more important because it is practical work which I am undertaking, and I will also use qual, small qual, that is okay. But you can give equal importance for qualitative and quantitative findings in pragmatism. Whereas when it comes to transformative research, you may have to go beyond these approaches. A new approach may come. You may combine these approaches. You may go for mixed methods approach. You may hybridize the approaches itself because it's a transformative research. So let us look into the examples for each of these paradigms and the kind of research. The best example, or easily understandable example, I should say, for positivism is Big Bang. Big Bang is a singularity ontological stance. Epistemological, it has examined the variables and they have studied the phenomena of expansion of matter in space. okay, interstellar condensation of matter in space, so many things. And they said that a huge blast took place. That phenomena was addressed as Big Bang, and right now we are in the expansion stage. And at one fine day, when we go to cosmos, you know, this matter expanded, it forms several solar systems, and then universes and galaxies, and then ultimately cosmos. So in cosmos, when you reach that final state of expansion, there is no further scope for expansion. Then the opposite of Big Bang would take place, and big crunch would take place, and the process will reverse. This is singularity principle. There is no other explanation other than this for scientists. Stephen Hawking is a very strong protagonist, originator. 15 billion years ago, this phenomena took place, he claims, and he has all those mathematical proofs given. It's for you to explore that. That is the singularity principle. When it comes to pluralism and interpretivism or constructivism, multiple vaccines for the same disease. It's a pluralism concept. You accept that multiple solutions are there. And then comes pragmatism. If you want to study a disruptive technology as introduced in the market and how it got diffused in the market, you will have to have quantitative analysis supported with qualitative analysis, and then that entire innovation diffusion phenomena, you will have to practically test it by mixed method approach by combining qualitative and quantitative findings. That is pragmatism as the paradigm. And then transformative research. For example, metallic glasses were invented first, and then the transformation from metallic glasses to integrated circuits. This is a transformative research. You bring a new concept into existence, you go to the next level. It's a transformative research. We speak about three-dimensional space in which we are operating, and then all of a sudden we expand it to the fourth dimension. These are all transformative approaches. Okay, so this particular research paradigm based composition of two stands that we can take in research leading towards an approach will decide whether hypothesis is relevant to my research or not. Wherever there is a quantitative technique involved, it is a contender for a hypothesis that you have built and you have tested. When it is qualitative, we don't call it as hypothesis, we go by proposition. We make several propositions and then find out, we do thematic analysis or other types of analysis. Qualitative findings we do triangulation at the end, and then we arrive at a conclusion whether the proposition that we have made is valid or not valid, and we explain and interpret it. Okay, so this is a start point for our context of hypothesis testing in research. So highlighted region is a contender for hypothesis testing. Then you should also know or have a proper understanding of the approach and method that we follow in our research if you want to build a hypothesis. What is that? When to use hypothesis testing based research if you want to see. Let us examine closely the researchers' approaches again. Let me draw your attention to the three basic types of approaches which I just mentioned, that is qualitative, quantitative, and mixed method approach. Under qualitative approach, we have got 5 different methods which are available for us to undertake the research. First one is narrative, second one is phenomenology, third one is ethnography, fourth one is grounded theory, and the fifth one is case study. So if you have decided to go for a qualitative research, you may take one of these methods as your study method. Then when you go by quantitative method, I can go for inferential research or survey based research. I can go for an experimental research or modeling and simulation. Of course, there are sub variants here, like for example, experimental can be fully experimental or quasi experimental, so on and so forth. But broad experimentation will take, and we can go for experimental hypothesis or non-experimental hypothesis testing research. All these sub variations are there, which is for you to explore. But broad classification is like this. And under mixed method, we have convergent parallel design, explanatory sequential design, and exploratory sequential design. So when we start a research, first we should narrow down what is our approach to research. And then having understood the approach, we will have to pick the hypothesis. So it is wise to briefly have a good understanding about what these approaches are. So in brief, let us go through these approaches also one by one. Let me start with qualitative research. First one I mentioned is narrative study. Narrative study is usually based on storytelling or sharing of personal experience of people. That should help us to how to go about a research problem that we have in our mind. For example, if you want to undertake a research in Gandhian philosophy, or how would Gandhi approach to this particular social context, and we would like to go for a narrative research, we may go for experience sharing by people who are closely associated with Mahatma Gandhi, or we may go through the content and do content analysis of the books which are published based on Gandhian philosophy. Either story we listen to and interpret, or the content that we listen or we read and then interpret. Okay. In phenomenology, what do we do? Now you see, a phenomena is in focus. In phenomenological study, phenomena is in focus. So a researcher makes a case that a need exists to know more about a particular phenomena. A phenomena has taken place. You observed cloud blast phenomena. Cloud blast phenomena, for example. You would like to know about the common experiences of the individual with the phenomena. For example, the disaster management study. A phenomena, an earthquake had taken place, and there was a disaster management team which immediately rushed to that spot and tried to manage things. How effective they were, if you want to know, then you may have to go for a phenomenological study. Grounded theory study. Here the author states that we need a theory that explains a process, because the existing theories are inadequate or non-existent for the population under study. For this particular population that I have chosen, all the theories which are mentioned before are not applicable. They are to be revisited. I would like to have a grounded theory study, or need to be modified for existing population. For example, developing a theory of learning. The theories of learning of the yesteryears may not be applicable today with this modern methodology of teaching and modern philosophy of teaching learning, wherein we focus on constructivism rather than a dyadic process of teaching learning. So you would like to develop a theory of learning, then we may have to take grounded theory approach. Then fourth one is ethnographic study. In ethnographic study, that classification purpose is to interpret the cultural behavior of certain group of people, or how a group is marginalized and kept silent by others. For example, study of homophobia. This kind of study dealing with cultural behavior, ethnicity, and all these things fall under ethnographic study. And the last one is case study method. Of course, there are further revisions. Refer to the articles, recent articles. Okay, but these 5 are very prominent qualitative research methods. Case study. Case study, as the name itself says, it's a specific case. What you have obtained in that case is applicable to that case itself. You cannot generalize the results to other cases. The researcher might discuss how the study of a case or group of cases might help inform the issue or concern. Okay, you are addressing a concern as a case study. For example, future of computer technology, a case study. You undertake a detail here, you know, the depth is important on that particular case. You start from the dawn of civilization, the very conceptual idea about computers people had, and first generation computer, then the modification, supercomputers, and so on. So having studied this, what would be the future generation? You are going to make a calculated estimate about what would take place in the form of a case study, or simply record it as a case. Till now, this is the knowledge that is available. This is about the case study. Then when we take a quantitative approach, quantitative research is the process of collecting and analyzing numerical data. It can be used to find patterns and averages, make predictions, test causal or correlational relationship, and generalize results to wider population. You may have a question in your mind when we are doing a hypothesis testing research. Why did we go through the qualitative research? Yes, it's very important. If we know the qualitative research, if we go through the qualitative research and we find that there is a scope here in this qualitative research to introduce a quantitative method, then you have a new direction for research there. So everything is important. The quality gurus have made the claim that what cannot be quantified cannot be measured. What cannot be quantified cannot be measured. And what cannot be measured, its quality cannot be improved. What cannot be quantified, if you can't put something in numbers, you can't measure it. And if you can't measure something, its quality cannot be improved. So we need to introduce measure to qualitative aspects also. That is why it is important for us to know qualitative research, their types, read some good qualitative findings, then introduce hypothesis and see how quantitative methods can be used there, so that we can generalize results to a wider population. Inferential approach we have in quantitative, we infer the relationships or characteristics of a population here. In experimental research, we observe the effect of manipulation of one variable over the other. In engineering, mainly, this is what we do. In science, mainly, this is what we do. We vary one variable and study its influence on a given set of variables or one single variable and try to establish causation or correlation. Then when it is not possible for practically conduct an experimentation, we may build a model or we may simulate. We go for simulation or dynamic behavior of a study, a time series analysis we do. We divide a large system into individual small subsystems. You know what is a system? System is something which has a boundary, and it has got an input and it has got an output, and there are processes inside this boundary. So the input may be magnified or miniaturized. So the signal that we give as an input is going to increase or decrease, and that is done by the processes inside the boundary of the system. So we develop a modeling system dynamic simulation could be, okay, and we define a system and then trigger action to the exogenous variables and study their influence on the endogenous variables. right? Now comes the mixed method approach. These days, mixed method approach is becoming very, very popular. John W. Creswell, the author whom I have cited here, has done very significant work in this field in terms of research methodology, and you must read that book titled Introduction to Mixed Method Research. His videos are also very popular. Please go through them and have a good understanding of mixed method approach. Why? Because to publish a good paper today, it is not as easy as we were publishing before. And publishing papers in not in Q1 or Q2 with Scopus or Web of Science index, it will not give much of value to our career as researchers. We have already entered into the era of publish or perish. You know about it better than me. So to publish well, you need to go for advanced methods, and here is a method, mixed method approach, wherein you can combine the methods and it may help you in publishing well. So collection of both qualitative and quantitative data, subjecting it to analysis so as to combine the inferences of both the approaches to arrive at a conclusion about the hypothesis or hypothesis. Mixed method approach. So three methods which I already told you: convergent parallel design, explanatory sequential design, exploratory sequential design. I'll quickly cover these three methods and then we will have a break. All right. Fine. This particular article explains very clearly how to apply convergent parallel method. See, the word convergent means we are converging to something. Both are running parallel to each other. So we do quantitative data collection and analysis. Parallelly, we will also do qualitative data collection and analysis. We converge them together and compare or contrast or relate, and then we interpret what we have obtained through the analysis. So the point of interface is here: convergent parallel design. All right, both are taken simultaneously. The quan and qual both are equally important here, capitalized. Observe that. Strands of research are performed independently and their results are brought together in the overall interpretation. Okay, they are independently studied and their interpretation is brought together. Next is this particular article which gives explanatory sequential method. In explanatory sequential, what does it do? See, explanatory. So your purpose here is to explain what you have found through your quantitative findings in a sequential manner. So first you undertake quantitative data collection and analysis, and then you follow up with qualitative data collection and analysis, and then interpret with this point of interface here. To what level I need qualitative data? I've started with quantitative. I have obtained my hypothesis testing results. Hypothesis, out of the 6 hypotheses which I had proposed initially, 4 are supported, 2 are not supported. I need an explanation why 4 got supported, 2 were not supported. So I need to seek explanation through qualitative method. So this is explanatory sequential method. One simple way to remember that is what you have found in quantitative method, prominently hypothesis testing, you are going to qualitatively explain further. First phase of quantitative data collection and analysis is followed by collection of qualitative data which are used to explain the initial quantitative results. Third one is exploratory sequential design. This paper, exploratory sequential design. You see, your area of your discipline, your specialization, when you speak in terms of research methodology, takes the back seat. Whether it is social science research, engineering research, or management, you are ultimately going to deal with variables if you are going to build a hypothesis. So for a research methodologist, one of these methodology you are going to apply based on the theoretical knowledge you have found in the variables which you are dealing. Okay, so it wouldn't make much of a difference. Method is still same, application of the tools and techniques is still same, but interpretation will be based on your knowledge in that area. Please understand this. So first phase, qualitative data is found out. Now you see exploratory. It's the opposite of explanatory. In exploratory, we have limited knowledge. We have to explore first. So first phase is qualitative data collection and analysis. That is followed by the collection of quantitative data, which are used to interpret the initial qualitative result. Now this diagram will be meaningful. See, qualitative data collection and analysis we have done. Sorry, there was no proper understanding of the variables which are influencing a set of dependent variables. We did not have a set of predictors which are giving that particular response. So we had to explore. We narrowed down to these predictors. Now, why these predictors I have obtained and how they are related, I have to quantitatively justify it. So this qualitative finding builds to the quantitative data collection and analysis, and then I have to interpret that. That is under exploratory sequential design. To summarize, convergent parallel design, both qualitative and quantitative data are important. Parallelly, you undertake and collect the analysis and analyze them. Parallelly means not in terms of time, you will have to do one at a time. So, but both are, there is no judgment done before both are done. That's what it means. Okay. So collect quantitative, collect qualitative separately, analyze them separately. Now at the point of interface, you compare or contrast. Then in exploratory, what do? We explore. So qualitative should come first. Follow it with quantitative. In explanatory, quantitative findings you do, because already a theory is built. You are testing that theory, empirically validating that theory, and justifying how that explanation holds good in corroboration with the earlier research. So that becomes explanatory, convergent, explanatory, exploratory. From the participants, one question is, what is the difference between convergent and sequential? I think I explained it during my presentation. If in case you have not got it very clearly, I will go through that again. Convergent and sequential. Okay, let me draw your attention to these diagrams first. Is my PPT seen? Sir, is my PPT seen? No?
No, share it again. Share it again.
Share it again, 1 minute. Share screen, yeah. Now is it seen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Yeah, participants have asked the question, what is the difference between convergent and sequential? Okay. In convergent design, you see here, see this diagram. You collect quantitative data and analyze it. Keep it. Don't arrive at any conclusion based on the analysis. What were the quantitative analysis findings? You keep them. For example, if I had related one dependent variable with the 3 independent variables. I have tested the hypothesis, and 2 hypotheses are supported. One is not supported. Through my quantitative findings of analysis, I will keep it as it is. I'm not going to draw any conclusion. Next, I will do a qualitative research. Qualitatively, I will do either an in-depth interview, or I might have asked some qualitative questions in the form of questionnaire itself, or my context would have demanded a focus group interview, or it is through a schedule, whatever it is. Okay, you have decided a qualitative method, qualitative technique for collecting the data, and you have qualitatively now understood, as explained by the participants, what was their view about the association between these variables. Let me give a general example so that everybody would understand. Suppose you conduct a survey about job satisfaction in an organization. Okay, you have served a questionnaire on job satisfaction with several dimensions. Job satisfaction comes from monetary benefits, say peer relations, career prospects, so on and so forth. Now, these 3 independent variables which I just mentioned, do they have a significant influence on job satisfaction? I have built a hypothesis and I have tested it. Okay, in the latter part of our workshop, we are going to work on that. Okay, so we are going to have hands-on experience on that. We are going to test this kind of relationship. I have only the findings of my hypothesis testing. Now, when qualitatively, when I interview the participants, I find out whether they are actually keen on the monetary benefit, or are they keen on career prospects. So that part will come out only during the qualitative findings. Then I will try at this comparative state, why have they chosen 2 variables to have influence on one, and the 3rd variable did not have an influence I have got from here. Now these 2 I will try to combine in my convergent design as a parallelly equal importance for both. Whereas the same study, okay, one more quick example to emphasize the importance of qualitative analysis. See, there is a very interesting case which Creswell has shared. Let me give the same case. Dr. Creswell said that there was a football team in United States, okay, and a researcher wanted to find out why that football team continuously wins, how it wins. So he did a study of statistics, and he tried to identify how many best players were there who have continuously struck the goal. And based on statistics, he picked 3 players who were the ones who hit the highest number of goals. So he set a understanding based on his quantitative research that these 3 people are instrumental in making them win most of the matches. Then he did parallelly qualitative analysis. In the qualitative analysis, he interviewed these 3 best players based on their statistics, strike rate of goals. All the 3 players mentioned that we have been continuously winning matches because of one player who has not even hit one single goal, but is so good in coordination. He places all the players in the right place, comes to the place and passes the ball to the person who can definitely hit a goal, and because of him we have won all the matches. Now see the importance of qualitative findings. Based on quantitative analysis, the researcher would have picked and concluded that these three players are instrumental in making this team win the matches. But on qualitative interviews with these three best players, all the three best players invariably named that particular player who was instrumental in making the game win. See, this kind of hidden knowledge is you can find only through qualitative findings. That's the importance. Okay, so you converge. Now, can't we do all the research by convergent parallel design itself? Why this sequential word? That's a very good question which you have asked. Very good question. The point is, say, it depends upon what level of maturity your field has grown into. There could be a situation where a particular field is still in the model development stage, or models have been developed, they have not been empirically validated, or models are developed, empirically validated also, but there are lots of disagreements, or there is a dire need for us now to take the model to the next level. So which level are you doing the research in that particular chosen field? See, if these two variables which you are dealing with are not associated at all, then associating those two variables through a hypothesis, quantitatively testing it and proving that they have association, that itself is the start point of research. My students usually come and ask me, sir, how many variables should I have in my research? How many independent variables and how many dependent variables should I take in my research? Now you see, the answer to this question lies in at what stage you have entered into that research in that particular field. If you are undertaking, say, research in internal combustion engines today, internal combustion engines, and you narrow down to petrol engine, best of the researchers have told that the possibility of improving internal combustion engine, petrol engine particularly to the next level, that possibility is a very small percentage. So what you should do, you should definitely go for synthesis more than analysis. You have to go for hybridization of engine. Now you see, you are at a different plane of research. So convergent parallel design you can do when you have a research, the kind of football match I gave, you extend it to the same example, you extend it to a deep research in your area of research. These are concepts, which can be applied anywhere. Now, a research, see here what is happening in the sequential design, either explanatory or exploratory. Theory has already been developed, but empirical validation is not there. When empirical validation is your main focus in your research, then to empirically validate it, you are going to take the quantitative measures. Then quantitatively you have related the variables. For that you seek explanation why they were related or not related. So model was developed, model was available, empirical proof was lacking. That kind of a research you need a sequential design. Or the other way around, here model was not there, adequate number of variables were not identified, you need an exploratory research through qualitative means to explore those variables, add one or two variables to the regression equation, and you don't have these two variables added to the regression equation before, say you are doing a regression analysis, then find what is the analysis result, then substantiate with the quantitative data which you have through the analysis. So here the focus of your qualitative data is exploring those two variables which were missing in the original regression equation. You are the one for the first time you are introducing those two variables. Okay, so these two variables you have found through qualitative research, exploratory research. You have added them and you have built it to a model. That model you are quantitatively analyzing, and then you are giving whether these two variables had significant R square justified. We'll come to that a bit later. Okay, or these two variables were artificially increasing the R square without doing much justice to its explanatory power. You can artificially increase the R square value in a research by adding too many variables. All variables contributing little by little, you know, you can show that R square is high. That's why we have R square adjusted, and R square predicted. Okay, we will go through that when we go to the R square analysis later. Fine. So to give a quick answer to your question, when convergent and when sequential. Convergent is when you are trying to hybridize, when you are going to combine the results of both, which are already available, or you are finding it new, but you are combining. But a sequential design is when the model is empirically tested and you want to validate it, or you are finding the variables and building a theory and then validate it. So that is the stage at which you are doing validate. To know still a better understanding of this, I have highlighted this paper. You see, in this paper, I will explain the gist of this paper. The iterative convergent design for mobile health usability testing. Mobile health usability. These days, you know that many apps are available in your mobile. So mobile health usability testing, when you are doing, you are collecting from the mobile users parallelly qualitative data as well as quantitative, and then analyzing. Read that in ML. Whereas when you are doing an analysis like explanatory sequential, how and why, see, how and why, qualitative and quantitative you are combining. Digital generation teachers use technology in the classroom. How and why aspects are to be answered, you need a sequential pattern of analyzing that. That's the second. You read this third paper, here you see exploratory. See here, understanding. Exploratory sequential method approach to understanding research data management process. See, you are making an attempt to understand something. So you have to explore first to understand. Then having understood that, you should introduce these variables which were not introduced by other researchers. Explore, use these variables, build a model, then follow it with quantitative research. Okay, hope that answers your question. We will move further. Now, one more question was there. One more question is there before I take up this topic. That is, what's the difference between survey and experimental method? Okay, survey is also considered to be a non-experimental hypothesis testing research. For that, you should understand first what is experimental research. When you do an experimental research, you play God on experiment. They call it as, you play God on experiment. What does that mean? That means you have the complete right to manipulate your independent variables. You have a complete right to choose the independent variables and then vary them and study the influence caused by these independent variables on the dependent variables. That's why you play God on experiment. So the researcher manipulates the independent variable. That is why it is experimental research. What happens in survey? The same example of survey I told before about job satisfaction. You want to conduct a survey and try to understand what are the critical factors which decide job satisfaction in an educational institute. Okay. Now, through a survey on a Likert 5-point scale, you are collecting the perceptions of people based on strongly agree 5, strongly disagree 1, and the intermediate. And then the variance expressed by these participants, you are quantitatively analyzing to seek relationship between these dimensions of study. Now, did you vary the independent variables here? Suppose monetary benefit was the independent variable deciding job satisfaction. Did you have provision to vary the salaries paid to the employees and then study their influence on job satisfaction? No. You studied it as it is in an organization and then gave your interpretation. So you did not conduct any experiment there. But hypothesis, you have tested whether monetary gains have a significant relationship with job satisfaction. That you have done. But you have not varied the independent variable. Now, varying the independent variable also you can do it. I don't say that you cannot do it. How to do it, for example? Okay. Identify 3 stages. That is where the longitudinal research comes. Cross-sectional research is one-time research. Longitudinal research is a research which is spread over a period of time. Okay. Now you study when the salary was A, this was the perception about job satisfaction. Over a period of time, when salary was B, this was the perception. Salary was C. Now you see, even though you have not varied the salary or monetary gains, you have data with varied salary. Then it becomes experimental research itself. So a survey research can be non-experimental hypothesis testing research or experimental hypothesis testing research. Okay, so this is the main difference between a survey and experimental research. But in one word, if you want to answer me, what is an experimental research for a science student is an equivalent research called survey research for a management or social science research. He may go by strict experiment with the control over the independent variable and then do experimentation. Then it becomes that kind of survey values with the varied independent variable values will make it an experimental research. Okay, so this is the difference between survey and second. Okay, these were the 2 main questions which we have to focus before going to the next, and we will continue with this interaction. We are just touching base with a large group of researchers. We will follow up sessions, how we are going to do, how we are going to collaborate, co-create knowledge, ending up with joint publications. We will discuss it at the end. So now we have come together. Let us take research to the next level. I told you before also, 1% instruction, 99% perspiration, and I have to put you on the driver's seat. Then the research will begin. Giving that research bend of mind. This word research bend of mind, you should develop first, and then we all together we take it to the next level. Okay, fine. Now, how many combinations do we have when we deal with this kind of research? How many combinations do we have? 9 combinations we have. This is again going to answer your convergent and sequential question. Why convergent and why sequential? See, when you are giving equal status, then it is called concurrent design. Concurrently same value. Okay, typically a convergent design. But qualitatively driven concurrent design, see, it is qualitatively driven, means a vast majority of your conclusion is based on qualitative finding with the quantitative analysis also, but concurrently collected, concurrently they are taking place. Then it is qual-quant design. Qual design means quantitatively driven. The findings are driven through your quantitative results. But you have also qualitative results substantiating your quantitative findings. So these are concurrent design. Then come the sequential design. So all three initially they are parallelly done with the equal importance or importance to either qualitative or quantitative. Then comes qual-quant, now sequential. Qual first, quant next. Equal status, sequential design. Or quant first, qual later, equal status, sequential design. Qual first, quant next, but qual given main importance, so qualitatively driven. Seventh one is quantitatively driven qualitative research. And then comes quantitatively driven sequential design. See, you have done qualitative study first because you wanted to understand the problem qualitatively first. What is the problem you wanted to understand first? So identification of the problem was through qualitative means, but your findings are based on or driven by quantitative research. Then you have to go by quantitative, quant with quant capital. Reverse of that is qual. So you can go for these 9 designs. You can choose depending upon the literature review, what is the state of the research, why do you recommend a particular mixed method design, and pick that by that. That is the point. Now we will come to hypothesis. We will see how to go for hypothesis formulation. All right, let us try to understand thoroughly what hypothesis means actually, and then build it. See, these references which I have given here are very important. Every time I will not read them to save my time, but you have to gain access to that or a similar paper to that and read it. Okay, reading, there is no substitute for reading and understanding good journal papers. Hypo means tentative or subject to verification. Tentative, which can change, or yet to be verified. Hypo, meaning of that. Thesis is nothing but statement about solution to a problem. You are aiming at a solution to a problem. So tentatively you are building a territory, and then based on that you are compiling a thesis, which is statement about solution to a problem. Excuse me. So if you go by the famous definition, you must have gone through already, Theodore's definition. It says a hypothesis is a tentative statement asserting the relationship between certain facts. You observe certain facts and you are asserting the relationship between them. That becomes hypothesis. You see, it is tentative as well as there is a statement of solution to a problem. Black and Champion has given another definition, a tentative statement about something the validity of which is usually unknown. Validity is yet to be proved. It is right now a tentative statement. So if you combine these two and have a general understanding about it, then we can say that it is a prediction of relationship to be scientifically tested. It's a prediction about relationship. The moment we say relationship, there should be variables associated with that. All right? And which is to be scientifically tested, means by using research methodology principles, methods, tools, techniques. Scientifically, you are following certain rules and testing the relationship between variables. This is hypothesis. So when you build a hypothesis, make sure that your hypothesis obeys these general rules. Okay. Now, where does hypothesis building and testing stand in the theory building process? We have done extensive literature review based on the conjecture that we had in our mind in the early part of this workshop, I told you. And from that theory, now we have built a hypothesis through deductive reasoning that we applied. We have a hypothesis. Now this hypothesis, we are subjecting it into observations, experimentation, collecting data, analyzing, qualitatively checking it, quantitatively checking it, making field visits, repeating your experiment. So many things you do repeatedly and converge that to a point that yes, this relation exists in this context, or this relation does not exist in this context. Okay? And these observations will lead to empirical generalization. Empirical generalizations you make. There was a theory, you built a hypothesis, you conducted an experiment, you did a survey, or you did experimentation, you did a hypothesis testing based on experimental or non-experimental hypothesis testing research, and then you have arrived at empirical generalization. Now this generalization is going to add to the body of knowledge in the theoretical model. This process is on. That is why it's called research. Research. We are again and again building our theory. Everything under the sun is relative, yes, but we are moving towards absolute truth. We are moving towards the absolute truth. You must have heard about the Euler diagram, isn't it? What is knowledge? He gives two circles. One is truth, other one is belief. What is actually the truth and what we believe to be true based on our experimentation, observation, perception, and so on. So the overlap of these two circles, that is knowledge. Knowledge is the overlap between the truth and belief. As we have combined them, we have framed a knowledge as a subset of this. Then what is wisdom? All put together, knowledge which is applicable for the benefit of all, for the entire mankind, that becomes wisdom. Right? So what is the addition to the body of knowledge is one question which any intelligent examiner will definitely ask you in your PhD thesis. Anybody would ask. You should be prepared for that. One, what is the addition to the body of knowledge? Second, what is the novelty in your research? What is the novelty in your research? These two questions you have to be prepared when you are particularly doing doctoral level of research. At undergraduate and postgraduate level, a small finding nicely presented following all the rules would hold good. But when you are publishing a paper, first thing the editor will see is there addition to the body of knowledge in that area? This is where, you know, your research methodologies, combining qualitative and quantitative, going by the mixed method approach, okay, using different tools and techniques will help you in bringing out newer things. So now we are going to participate in one exercise. Okay, I told you you take your notebook and your pen. You participate in this exercise. I have given a general problem to start with, which anybody should be able to understand, irrespective of your discipline. I told you, we have a heterogeneous group and we should meet to the requirement of all. So I will give one technical and one general. All right, one science based and one general, so that everybody should be able to apply hypothesis in their field. Okay, now the exercise is this. A researcher wants to build a hypothesis to test if counseling and student performance have any relationship with each other. Hypothesis is to be built to test, okay, to know whether counseling and student performance have any relationship with each other. So you write a hypothesis. You write a hypothesis about this. I'll give you a few minutes. Please write a hypothesis and participate. So you have tried to write a hypothesis. Now we will see the idiosyncrasies of hypothesis writing. Okay. We have to first identify two variables. One, just a minute. Yeah. One, an independent variable. Second, a dependent variable. Okay. Usually when we write a hypothesis, we write a null hypothesis and an alternative hypothesis. Okay. Understand this. Null hypothesis usually negates. Simple way of understanding it. Okay. Null hypothesis negates. So you say that there is no significant relationship between, say, variable 1 and variable 2. Okay. Then comes alternative hypothesis. What is an alternative hypothesis? Alternative hypothesis says there is a significant relationship between variable 1 and variable 2. So usually when you write a hypothesis, you write a null hypothesis and an alternative hypothesis. And the null hypothesis is written first. Why the null hypothesis is written first is, any researcher would like to reject the null hypothesis, isn't it? He has done a lot of research, or she has done a lot of research to associate the relationship between two variables, and at the end, if he or she finds out that these two variables are not associated with each other, then the person may find that his entire effort went a waste. Actually, it's not the case. Okay, you don't have to be depressed. Even a wrong result is still a result. You will have to give the result as it is. So don't be desperate to associate the variables which you have taken. So as usually a researcher would like to reject the null hypothesis, you write the null hypothesis first, which says no relationship. When you reject that which says no relationship, there is a relationship. All right. So alternative hypothesis says there is a relationship. Fine. Then you must understand this normal distribution thoroughly well before you do any hypothesis testing. Bell-shaped curve, we call it as. Gaussian distribution, we call it as. Okay. How this bell-shaped graph is constructed? Simple example I will give in terms of this Likert scale which you are using, 5 strongly agree, and 1 strongly disagree. Okay, you count, say you have collected a sample of 200 respondents. For 200 respondents, you collect the sample. How many have responded as 5? How many have responded as 4? This counts in the form of histograms you put, and on the top of those histograms you draw a curve. It comes usually like this for a large population. Why? It is a general distribution, very generic distribution. Just by observation we can say for example, in a class, say a 4-credit subject, 48 hours have been taken by a teacher. In these 48 hours, all the 48 hours attended by students is also, those numbers are few, maybe 10% in the class or 15%. All the students who have not attended even a single class, or say out of 48 only 5 classes, they are also few in number. Now those are the 2 regions here which is shown shaded. Few in number highest, few in number lowest also. Majority of the students would have attended in between, average, say 40 to 80%, 30 to 70%, like that. So the central tendency in any distribution is large usually, isn't it? In a society, the people, total number of people who are terminally ill are also few. Who are military fit, they are also few. Rest of the people have some diseases, some ailments, but they are walking around and doing their day-to-day activities, isn't it? So these extremities, when majority are ill and you are not following normal distribution, that means something abnormal has taken place, isn't it? If the society in terms of health is not following normal distribution, all of a sudden it has been hit by a epidemic or a pandemic. That is abnormal. Hope you understood what normal distribution is. Please bear with me when I go through the basics, because I want at all the levels you to be with me when I go to the next higher level of concepts. Without understanding this, I directly teach you SPSS or structural equation modeling software. That doesn't make any sense. All right. So you may be knowing this, but please bear with me. Okay.
Sir,
Afternoon.
Sir, a few of the hypotheses what they have formulated has been sent to your WhatsApp. Can you just?
Yes. Yes, I am coming to that. I am coming to that, Dr. Dashrath. I heard your comment. Good. But before coming to that, I would like to go through the normal distribution curve so that it will be meaningful when I go through that hypothesis. Thank you, Dashrath. It is a very interactive class. You are participating very interactively. Dr. Dashrath is sending me messages. That is good. Okay, let us go that way. All right, let us go that way. Now, so you have understood that extremities at a higher end, top end here, extremities at lower end is here. So 95% of the area under the normal distribution curve falls here. 95% of the area falls in. This is the region we call it as the mega mass acceptance region. That means what? See, there is a population. Population is large. If I want to make a survey, say in manufacturing organizations, is there a very good level of job satisfaction among the employees? And I want to take the survey of all the employees in manufacturing organization with a population size of several lakhs. It is impossible, isn't it? So what do? We take a small sample. That sample is like a few morsel of rice we take to check whether the rice is cooked or not. So if it's a homogeneous mixture that is being cooked, a few morsels will tell us whether the entire container is cooked or not. Or if rice is mixed with vegetables or meat, then few morsels of rice will not give us a complete picture. Then that is a heterogeneous group. So first let us assume it's a homogeneous group. So majority of the normal distribution is here, which is falling under area wise 0.475 this side, 0.47 this side from the mean. So the mean of the sample that I have taken and the mean of the entire population, if it is same, then it is perfect representation of that. But mean alone is not a measure, you know that, because there is deviation from the mean. How much do the response deviate from the mean, we have to see. That is where this standard deviation comes. 2 standard deviation, 3 sigma, 3 standard deviation, like that. So based on that distribution, they have fixed that this 1.96 on minus side and 1 plus 1.96 on the other side, this total area we consider that if the sample mean or anywhere it falls here, it is acceptance region. Beyond that, it is rejection region. So we have 2 types of tails. One is one-tailed, other one is two-tailed. One-tailed means we consider only one side of the rejection. For campus recruitment, when a recruiting organization comes, it says that we will take candidates only with the CGPA above 0.8. All the rest are rejected. It's one tail, only above 9.5 or 9. Or if another agency comes that I don't want candidates who are above 9, because they will not stick on to my organization, they will do well in research-based organization, probably R&D. So I don't want above 9 also, but at the same time, I don't want below 6 also. I want between 6 to 9. Then it is two-tailed. Simple ways of explaining it. Okay, so that you should understand. Then you should understand what you call it as significance level or confidence level. So this 1.96 acceptance region is meaning that 95% confidence level I am giving, which means 95% confidence level means the probability of population mean is mu, being within the interval of x minus 1.6 multiplied standard error. Standard error is nothing but standard deviation. Standard error is used when there are several populations from which the sample is drawn. One single population, one single sample, then it is nothing but standard deviation. Okay, so minus 1.96 times the standard error plus 1.96 times standard deviation. This entire region, if it falls within this, then we accept it. Means with 95% confidence level, we conduct our hypothesis testing. Again, we have to go through type 1 error and type 2 error. So this is the standard deviation formula. Okay, we will see now 5% significance level. In most of the journal papers that you see, they write alpha level, which is 0.05 or 0.05, which means that null hypothesis rejected based on observation has less than 0.05 probability of being true. Null hypothesis that we reject based on our observation. Observation is what? Based on our data. As less than 0.05 probability of being true. Means very small. Chance of that is very small. There comes the decision rule. While testing a hypothesis, 2 types of errors we may commit. What are they? Type 1 error and type 2 error, alpha error and beta error. So what is type 1 error? It occurs when we reject the null hypothesis, even though it is really true. That was a true hypothesis. We should have accepted it, but by mistake we have rejected it. Then we have conducted, when we have done type 1 error, or in other words, reject null hypothesis which has to be accepted. All right. We usually call it as false positive, particularly in connection to disease, medical science. We call it as false positive disease. Okay, so you understand it in simple way. Reject the null hypothesis even though it is really true. You have committed type 1 error. The reason could be confounding variable is there in your research. Confounding variable, that's an extraneous variable. We have taken independent and dependent variable, which is nothing but exogenous and endogenous variable. In addition to this, there were extraneous variables which were not considered in our research, and that is causing this chance. Okay, that is a possibility of type 1 error. Type 2 error is what type 1 error opposite of that, like, you know, it occurs when we fail to reject a false null hypothesis. It's a false null hypothesis. We should have rejected it, but we have failed to reject it. Then we have conducted type 2 error, okay, or failed to reject null hypothesis which has to be rejected. This is also having the reason which is similar, confounding variable, inadequate sample size, and so on. Okay, so know that when we build a hypothesis, we are fixing a confidence level in our hypothesis testing. 95% confidence level means there is only 5% chance is there for us to fall into the trap of type 1 error. That we should know as researchers. Okay, now you visit the hypothesis which you have written. Dr. Dashrath, now I am on the slide which you commented on. Very eagerly participants have WhatsApped the hypothesis which they have written. Okay, many hypotheses. Effect of counseling on student. I'm reading some of them. Okay, silver chimneys, null hypothesis, it's a name. Okay, student performance does not depend on counseling, somebody has written. Then there is found to be no relationship between counseling and student performance, somebody else has written. Then there is no relation, same it is. I'm reading only different ones. Somebody has written effect of counseling on student performance as the hypothesis. Okay, then we have there is no significant relation. Most of you have written that. Now you read the hypothesis which you have written and see which one of the hypotheses actually you have written, because what I gave you was only 2 variables, counseling and student performance. I gave you these 2 variables. Okay, and I asked you to write a hypothesis, and you have written sincerely a hypothesis. And the hypothesis that you have written may be any one of this category. Now we have to ask a question to ourselves. Are all these hypotheses mean the same? Are all these hypotheses are under ontological stance or epistemological stance, or neither of the two? Or conclusion at the end of this hypothesis testing would give me the same result irrespective of what I do? Your research begins with this. See, unless and until you know these basic differences, there is no point in learning any software or any package and running the data and doing the test. That is the reason why I am spending so much of time drawing your attention to these points as a research methodologist. First, we should make our foundation strong. Based on that foundation, we will draw conclusions at the next level. Now, this was a general example that I gave. If you want a science or engineering based example, see, let us distinguish between these 6 hypotheses first. The first hypothesis here says that students who receive counseling show greater performance. Now, this researcher is interested in studying whether there is a greater level of performance or not. Okay. The second researcher who has written students who receive counseling improve their performance wants to study whether there was improvement in the performance on the student side or not. Greater performance as measured by the grades. Improvement in the performance as the student has experienced it. Third researcher wants to study students who receive counseling perform better than those who are casual about counseling. Now you see, he wants to test two groups. One who have seriously taken counseling, the other one who are very casual about counseling. You see, this he wants to see which is better. Fourth researcher has written a hypothesis. I've written only alternative hypothesis to save space. Student performance depends upon the kind of counseling they receive. Now the research focus is on kind of counseling that is given to the students. Fifth researcher, number of hours of counseling received has an impact on performance. Now you see, he is introducing a new variable in terms of number of hours, which can have an impact on performance. Sixth student or researcher says that class of counseling A, B, C, D decides class of performance grade A plus A, B, and C. Last hypothesis is dealing with the class of counseling received. See, the same example, if you want to understand in terms of a technical science-based hypothesis, you know the heat treatment process. If you don't know, heat treatment is a treatment given to the metals to improve their physical properties. Okay, these physical properties could be in the form of hardness, say, and that will improve their performance when they are put to work in a particular place. In material science, you study that, say. So, independent variable is heat treatment, dependent variable is performance. Same set of hypotheses. Material which receives heat treatment shows greater performance. Material improves performance. Material which receives heat treatment shows greater performance. Then depends upon heat treatment it has received. Then impact of heat treatment. Then class difference. That's why I said whether you do a general research or science-based research, variables have changed, that's all. Now let us look into the next stage. What I told in words, I have put the emphasis in testable terms here. In the first hypothesis, greater means what? You have to define that greater. Anything greater than 8.5 CGPA, say. So that CGPA value of 8.5 is my reference. Then second question is about improvement in performance. When I say improvement in performance, then I need to take a test. Before this treatment, what was the performance level? After the treatment, what is the performance level? So before and after I have to give. Then third hypothesis, if you see, comparison between two categories are there now. Okay, those who have received, those who have not received, those who have taken counseling casually, those who have taken seriously. Okay, two groups. Then fourth, counseling itself we will have to group. Fifth, Now it is a relationship which is being tested, direct relationship between counseling and performance. Most of you wrote a hypothesis which were in this category, 5th category. Last one is we are dealing with attributes or non-parametric data. These 6 are distinctly different in types of the tests which we may have to do. I was glad to read that are we going to have a hands-on experience or not in the morning session. Many have written. I appreciate your eagerness. We have to have hands-on experience in the afternoon session mainly. But before that, we should be thorough about what is that we want to apply in the software, through the software. In the first case, what we need is a one sample t-test, wherein our null hypothesis 8.5 above decides what it is, greater performance. In the second, it's a paired sample t-test we have to do. Third, we have to do an independent sample t-test. Fourth, we have to do one-way analysis of variance. Fifth, we have to do a correlational test. And sixth, we have to do chi-square test. Now in this workshop, actually, my focus is on structural equation modeling. To know structural equation modeling, you should know t-test and a regression mainly, because structural equation result is nothing but t-test, regression and correlation. All did together. You do the factor analysis and regression analysis simultaneously in structural equation modeling. Okay, so first we will apply what we have studied in this morning session. We'll take up a problem. We will have hands-on experience on basics of t-test. You run it and check whether you're able to do it. We'll conduct these tests for a given problem. We'll understand the mathematics behind a t-test, and through software we will run it and try to understand how to interpret the output. Having known t-test, regression and analysis of variance also, which is important. I will not go to higher level, but basic, at least one way analysis of variance, let us focus and do it also. And with that, we will build a model at structural equation modeling level in the afternoon, and we will wind up in the afternoon session. Okay, so before we take up SPSS based t-test, we should have a very clear understanding about data and the scales of measurement. How many types of data are there? What are the scales of our measurement? Fundamentally, there are two types of data, which is non-metric and metric. And we have four types of scales which are used in a particular context. And I have given you the example. First one is nominal scale. What is a nominal scale? As the name itself implies, it is something to do with name. That is category to which the object can be classified into. So it gives an equivalence relationship. When we read these names, we will get an equivalence relationship. Say high IQ students, low IQ students. Okay, he has high IQ. His IQ in standard measurement of IQ test is this much. His or her measurement in IQ is this much. So categorize, or male and female. By reading this name, male or female, we get a equivalence relationship in terms of their relationship. Okay. One level next is ordinal scale. Now here, values to object is based on their ranking with respect to one another. Now we have ranked these different set of classes. They can only set up inequalities, but addition and subtraction with these numbers means nothing. So, like the way we were distinguishing equivalence, distinguishing male, female, high IQ, low IQ, okay, nationality, and so on, we are here giving a number to a class, like Likert scale, 5 strongly agree, 4 moderately agree, like that. But multiplying these numbers doesn't mean anything. It is only ranking that highest agreement is strongly agree. That's all. Or difference between 5 minus 4 and difference between 2 minus 1 is same, we can't say. He has strongly agreed, he has moderately agreed. The difference, there is no comparison. So because these are non-metric scales. Then comes metric scales. First one is basic type interval scale. A certain distance along the scale means the same thing no matter where on the scale you are. But 0 doesn't mean the absence of it. Best example is temperature measurement in centigrade. Now you see, it is one step advanced than the earlier scale. In earlier scale, equivalence and ranking was there. Here, equivalence, rank, as well as interval is also defined. Interval between 90 and 80 is also 10 degree. Between 50 and 40 is also 10 degree. The same interval 10 degrees maintained between these two places. Okay, but 0 degree centigrade means it doesn't mean that temperature is non-existent. You have some value in Kelvin scale. Okay, last one is ratio scale. Now this is the ultimate number. In addition to the setting up of inequalities, forming differences, we can also form quotients. That is, we can perform all the customary mathematical operations. So equivalence, rank, interval, and ratio. All these measurements like height, weight, money, amount, volume, area, pressure, density, specific gravity, you name them. They are all, you can perform mathematical operations on them. They are ratio scales. So before you feed the data into the analysis software, you should decide what type of scale you are using. In SPSS, usually it is scale or nominal or ordinal. 3 categories they give because they can be categorized into 3. Okay, nominal scale, ordinal scale, and ratio scale. Interval scale is a particular type between, intermediate between these two. Okay, so these 4 scales are having this interpretation in terms of their mathematical ability. Now, when we test a hypothesis, we calculate mathematics of hypothesis. We should know some mathematical background of hypothesis before we actually get the solution in the software. So we'll look into mathematical aspects also. Okay. In mathematics, what do we do is we calculate the t value through a formula. This is a t distribution. So t value we calculate based on a formula, and there is a table which is available in all these statistics textbooks. If you go in the appendix, they provide you a tabulated value of t. You select the t distribution there. Okay, then compare the calculated value with the tabulated value. Okay, and if you find that the calculated value is above the tabulated value, you reject the null hypothesis. You have calculated the t value. If it is above, it has fallen outside the acceptance zone, then you reject the null hypothesis. Okay, it is region, it is the outside region. Then when we do the same test in SPSS, it is still simpler. We just see the significance value, that is p value. P value is less than or equal to 0.05, we will reject the null hypothesis. Earlier case, calculated value greater than or equal to tabulated value, we should reject the null hypothesis. Or in the latter case, if the significance value is less than or equal to 0.05, we can reject the null hypothesis, which says that there is no relation, and we say that we claim that there is a significant relationship between two, significant at 95% confidence level or 5% significance level. Now we will take up an exercise on one sample t-test, the first one which I showed in my table based on the type of hypothesis that you have written. Okay. So in Vickers-Knapp micro hardness of test tool steel, the value is approximately 500. Okay. Don't give much of significance to the variable that I have used and the value which I have taken here. Okay. Don't associate much of significance. These are all the sample values that I have taken. Right. Now, first sentence is that Vickers or Knapp micro hardness of tool steel is approximately 500. Okay. Theory says quenching, that is a kind of heat treatment I told you, has influence on hardness of steel. Quenching changes the physical properties of steel, so hardness is changed. Now a researcher wants to study if hardness has changed at a 5% significance level with the 12 samples collected for his study after quenching the steel. It's a very small sample. You may be knowing that 30 or 35 and above is considered as bigger sample. Less than that is small sample. All right, this is a small sample, no issue. The hardness values which he has collected for these 12 samples are here. Okay. Now the researcher wants to know, on the basis of this sample which he has collected, can one conclude that hardness values have increased significantly due to quenching? Okay. Variable heat treatment in the form of quenching. Dependent variable hardness. Hardness is of different types. Vickers hardness is considered. Standard average value should be around 500. Okay. If the value after treatment is more than 500, then we can say that there has been significant improvement in hardness. Okay. Samples which are taken are only 12, and these are the readings he got when he tested this sample for the hardness number. So let us educate ourselves on this problem. We have got only one sample, that's why it's called one sample t-test. Okay. Now if you want a non at 5% significance level, we are going to test. Fine. Sample size is usually written as small n. Okay. And for non-technical, if you don't want a purely technical problem to understand it more easily, okay, you decide that there was a restaurant near a railway station, and it has been having an average of 500 teacups sold each day. A small shop selling 500 teacups each day. Due to the development of a bus stand nearby the railway station, there is an increase in sales that is expected. Okay. So for 12 days, what is the sales that has been recorded now? First day 550, second day 570, like that for 12 days. Now on the basis of this sample size, can one conclude that the restaurant tea sales has increased or not? How to test that? Let us now see. Let us first mathematically do it, and then we will use a software. Okay. Fine.
Sir, at what time will we be taking lunch break is the question, sir.
In 5 minutes I will wind up this session, and after that we will give 1.5 hours of lunch break.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Is that okay, Dr. Dashrath?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. In another 5 minutes, I will wind up the mathematical as well as the software part of it. Okay. You work on this mathematics part as well as software. 1.5 hours lunch break also we will have, and after that we will continue with the mathematics and then software application. Okay. Fine. So step 1, write a hypothesis. Now that you know null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis is there. You write the hypothesis. Hardness has increased more than 500. Alternative hypothesis. Null hypothesis says there is no. Okay. Select a distribution. Sample small size. Okay. Normal distribution we have assumed. Fine. T distribution is given by this formula, wherein T is given by X bar and sigma S, where X bar is the sample mean, sigma S is the standard deviation, mu is the average above which we are going to actually compare. All right. So make a tabulation like this, 12 serial numbers. Okay. We have forwarded to you this data. Please look into that data. Okay. Or else you can see this recording also. Then these are the 12 data. Then you calculate the average. Average is nothing but this value summation divided by 12 will give the average number. Then calculate xi minus x bar. Xi means I1 from 12. First value xi, that is x1 is 550. So 550 minus 554 gives you 2. Similarly, the rest of the values, take the square of that. Summation of that you calculate, because in the formula we want that for standard deviation. Okay, that summation you substitute here, n you substitute here, sigma s you calculate, t value substituting sigma s as well as sample size, and x bar and mu you calculate, you got the t value. T value is 3.355. all right. Then you see the two parameters important, degrees of freedom and significance level. Degrees of freedom means what? Suppose if I want to have comparison with the 3 variables, each variable can be compared with the 2 other, right? So 3 minus 1, 2 comparison. Similarly, 12 means 12 minus 1, 11 comparisons are possible. So degrees of freedom is n minus 1, 11. Significance is 5 means 0.05. We are now, see, this is very important, two-tailed or one-tailed. We want only above 500. Why? We want to check whether hardness has increased or not. So above only we are considering. So one-tailed. Why one-tailed or two-tailed? In the table, separate values will be there for one-tailed and two-tailed as the calculated value based on degrees of freedom and significance. I will enlarge that table. This table you will find for T distribution, as I told you. What was our degrees of freedom? 11. What was the significance value? 0.05. So what is the corresponding tabulated value? 1.796. This is the tabulated value which we have, 1.796. So I have calculated value before was 3.75. Tabulated value is 1.75. This has gone outside the region. So we reject the null hypothesis. Null hypothesis said that there is no increase. So definitely there is a significant increase in T cells, or there is an increase in hypothesis of the heat treatment given. All right. Now we will see how to do this test using SPSS. Open your SPSS student version, how to download. We have given the link to you. Those who are not downloaded during the lunch break, please do that. Okay, and load that table which I have given you for the T sample test. Okay, that table I have given to you. Or you type these values also, you can do that. You can type the values also in case you don't have the table. Okay, the 12 values I have taken small numbers so that you can type it immediately. All right, so I will take this data. Okay, let me open the data first separately in Excel. Okay, what is that? One sample t-test data is here. Okay, this data I want, 12 samples. I will pick this. I will copy it to my SPSS. Okay, I will copy it here. Okay, I got the values here. Now you see down, if you come here, there is data view and there is variable view. you go click the variable view, and in the variable view, it's a data, isn't it? That is hardness number or whatever you want, teacup sales or whatever it is, you can write it, the hardness value. And here, if you click, it will show you the type of scale. As I told you, you have got nominal, ordinal, and scale. This can be any number, I told you. All mathematical operations we can perform on this. So it's a scale, ratio scale. So come to this data. Okay. Now please follow me carefully. Go to analyze. Go to compare means. In compare means, we have got one sample t-test. Click that. Here it asks what is our test variable. Test variable is a hardness which we have declared in our variable. What options do I have? I can fix my confidence level. By default, even in papers, you will find that most of the research at 5% significance they do. So confidence level is 95%. You don't have to change anything here. Okay, so leave it as it is and do the test. Okay, it will give the test result. See the significance value. Significance value comes as 0.000. Actually, for if you take a large decimal digit, there will be some number. It can't be 0. Okay, theoretically 0 is not possible. So it will be some number. But what is our concern? Our concern is only to check whether it is less than or equal to 0.05 or not. If it is less than or equal to 0.05, we reject the null hypothesis. That's all. So we are not worried about this at all. So it is less than 0.05. So I reject the null hypothesis. Okay. So 0.004 would be the value. And always you remember that the value here is in, actually it is in for two-tailed tests. Okay. It is given for two-tailed tests. So what you do is you can do it for convert it into one-tailed, divided by 2. That will give for one-tailed only on one side of it. So 0.002, which is less than 0.05. So we reject the null hypothesis. Thus, we can claim that there has been a significant increase in the hardness. All right. So this small example which I gave you, it is to your creativity to extend it into any problem that you want. For example, in chemical engineering, has the introduction of a catalyst increase the speed of chemical reaction? Or in mechanical engineering, as same example I took, medical science has a particular drug treatment increase the speed of cure of a disease. In civil engineering, has a particular brand of cement increase the life of the bridge. Or in electrical engineering, has the particular material enhance the electrical conductivity. Or in management, has increased training hours, increased in performance substantially. Or I want you to write one hypothesis now in your area which you can test, and during this break you take some secondary data, do the analysis and see how it can be tested, whether you have successfully tested it or not. 615, 50, 580, 570, 460. See, if you see these numbers, only in 2 cases it is less than 500, if I have got them right. All the rest of the cases are above 5. That means it has increased, no? Even without conducting a test, we can declare that the heat treatment has increased the hardness. See, this conceptualization is very important. But you can't do this when you have a data as large as 1000 or 2000 sample size. Now that is where we need this. Okay, so as the rejection was only based on below 500, means if it is above, then it is increased. So only above or below one mean value. So we got into one-tailed test, which I have explained here. See, our mean above 500 only is the deciding criteria. If it has increased above 500, then we are going to reject the null hypothesis, which says that it has not increased. This is one-tailed. We will take an example of two-tailed also, no issue. All right. So this problem I have solved. I have also showed you how to work on it based on Spss. Probably you have all worked, and we will move to the next. Now, what is important in the first exercise is compiling a hypothesis of this type in your area. Please type in chat the hypothesis which you have built, which is a candidate for one sample t-test. In the area of your choice, the hypothesis that you have written, only alternative hypothesis you write in your area of choice, which you can test using one sample t-test. You can type it in the chat. Okay, and we will discuss it later. I told you, it's a workshop, so your hands-on experience is important. So write it in the chat. First write in the notebook and then transfer it into chat. Okay. Then we will move to independent sample t-test. See, the name itself says that you are going to compare two independent samples. All right. Let us take one general example to start with. A group of 7 children reared on a high protein diet, weighed 12, 15, 11, 16, 14 and 16 pounds. Okay. This is the weight of 7 children who were raised on high protein diet. A second group of 5 children of the same age, similarly treated, except that they receive a low protein diet, weighed 8, 10, 14, 10 and 13 pounds. Now these two are our independent groups subjected to one high protein and the other one is low protein. Ceteris paribus. Ceteris paribus means in our research language, or paribus ceteris. Rest of the conditions must remain same for both these groups, or else there is no point in comparing them. One is given high protein, other one is given low protein, and you want to compare whether high protein has done its job or not. Then rest of all the conditions for these two groups must be same. Of course, age group is same, okay, and then their breed should be similar, okay, and their health condition should be similar. Other than this protein diet, what they eat should be similar. The exercises they perform should be similar. Everything else. Only then we can compare whether the change is due to protein or not. This is where we go to the next level of research, that is design of experiments. Okay, we are going to conduct in the years to come or few months, design of how to design an experiment, build a hypothesis, design an experiment, and under permutation and combinations, how many runs we are going to have to conclude that this change that is brought is only because of this particular variable that we have introduced. We will have a control group and we will have a treatment group. Okay, look, right now they are directly comparing two independent groups. Okay, there is nothing. You can consider that, for example, low protein diet was our control group, with reference to which we are testing the other. All right, or to simplify it further, the same example if you want to use for testing whether a tonic has increased weight or not, we will have two groups. For one group you recommend tonic, and for another group you don't recommend tonic. So the group to which you have not recommended tonic becomes our control group, and the one to which tonic is given becomes our treatment group. Now with reference to the control group, we can decide and say whether there has been a significant change in the treatment group. Independent sample t-test. Okay, so fine. Let us assume a mean of A1 and A2 for the sample of 7 and 5, 10 and 8, which is given. Even without assuming this mean, you can compute the mean directly if you want. Okay, go to the basics of statistics. Now, what is the problem? What is the hypothesis? test at 5% level whether there is significant evidence that that additional protein has increased the weight of the children. So the research problem, research question is clear. Hypothesis is clear. Whether high protein diet has increased the weight of the children or not. General example I give you. If you want a science-based example or engineering-based example, look into this problem. A group of 7 samples of composite materials on a cross fiber orientation lasted for 12, 15, 11, 16, 14, 14 and 16 cycles of operation. A hypothetical case. Okay. Then a second group of 5 samples of composite materials on a straight fiber. See, one is cross fiber, other one is straight fiber. They have lasted for so many cycles. We are assuming mean for our calculation purpose, and we are testing whether there is a significant evidence that cross fiber orientation has increased the life of composites in terms of cycles of operation or not. Okay, first understand the problem. A well-defined problem is half solved. Okay. Now I told you follow these steps. Step 1, form a hypothesis. Okay, we'll build a hypothesis. There is an increase in the weight of children. There is an increase in the weight of children. There is no increase in the weight of the children. Okay. Our distribution, variance of the population is not given in the problem. Size of the population is also small. And anyway, we are going to check 2 independent samples. So independent sample test we give, and we'll assume a normal distribution. The formula for calculating t in case of independent sample t test is this: x1 bar minus x2 bar, the 2 means, divided by under root of n1 minus 1 for the first sample. Now there are 2 samples, so degrees of freedom n1 minus 1 and n2 minus 1, standard deviation squared, addition of that divided by n1 plus n2 minus 2, because minus 1 minus 2 2 times, fine. So into under root 1 by n1 plus 1 by n2 is the equation for computing t. X bar and sigma are mean and standard deviation of the samples. Okay, we will start. We will take sample 1, we will take sample 2, and xi we write, xi minus xa mean was given. So from we'll subtract 12 minus 10 is 2, like that we'll do for all, and square that. Same treatment you give here, summation of xi minus a 1 square I got here, or ai square we got here. Degrees of freedom n1 minus 1 plus n2 minus 1, or other words n1 plus n2 minus 2, 10. Degrees of freedom is 10. Okay. Now x1 bar we will calculate, which is nothing but the assumed a1, summation of x1 minus a1 minus, that is equal to 10 plus this value. This value similarly for x2 bar is this, right? So standard deviation, when you have this a1 value, is given by this formula. Calculate the standard deviation. Let us not take the root of standard deviation, because in the equation itself you have standard deviation square. So let us keep it as standard deviation square itself. All right. So standard deviation square you have for both the samples. Then substitute in this formula the standard deviation substituted as it is. Compute the value of t. You will get 2.381. Fine. Now, again, we are only checking whether there is an increase. Whether there is an increase only on one side. Okay. See, the same problem, when would it be two-tailed? Now we have to think when would it be a two-tailed problem in the same, with the same data. If you want to check whether there has been a change because of the introduction in the protein, then whether there is increase or decrease. Decrease means it has negatively acted. If we say that there is a change, either increase or decrease, then it becomes two-tailed. Now we are testing only increase, so one-tailed. So degrees of freedom I have computed before. 5% significance level. Value is 1.812, which is tabulated. Compare it with calculated. Even now, calculated value fell out of that. So it's in the rejection region. So we reject the null hypothesis, which said that there was no increase. So what is the conclusion? There is a significant increase in the weight of the children reared in high protein. Null hypothesis is rejected. Then we will go by hypothesis by Spss. Okay. Go to that data. We are looking for independent sample t-test. Okay. Independent sample t-test, what we have done is, we have taken two independent samples, right? So first group, we will call it as 1. Second, and write down the values. 7 were there. Second, we'll call it as 2, and we'll put under this. So this data, which I have given you in Excel, you pick it, copy it to Spss. Copy it here. It's very funny. Sometimes it doesn't copy from here. Doesn't matter. I'll take it again, this part only, and copy it. Okay. I have copied it. Now you name this variable. First one was your grouping variable, correct? Group of high protein and low protein. So group the variable. Second one, you call it as the weight of the children, or whatever number of cycles which it lasted. So grouping variable was nominal variable, and your weight can be anything. That was ratio scale. Okay. So I have made two groups in your laptop. Hope you have done it, all of you. Okay. Now having done that, go to analysis. Compare means independent sample t-test we will take. What is our test variable? It is weight. What is our grouping variable? It is group. Now here we will have to define the groups as two groups, 1 and 2. Say continue to this. In options, we don't have to change anything. Say okay to this. Independent sample t-test. Okay. Independent sample t-test. Okay. Now here we can assume equal variances or equal variance not assumed. That depends upon this significance value. Okay. Usually it is based on equal variance assumed. Okay. So you see the significance value based on here. All right. Your t value was here 0.038. See 0.038. It is 0.038 less than 0.05. Why? Because we are further dividing it by 2 if it is difference, right? Increase or decrease. In both the cases, it is rejection, isn't it? It is less than 0.05. So we rejected the null hypothesis. Same result we get like before, right? T value is also same. See 2.387, which you have got. T value is also same. So we rejected the null hypothesis. This is how we confirm that there is a significant increase. We rejected the null hypothesis, which said there is no change. Significant increase is there. So we are arriving at this conclusion. Now, when can we use independent sample t-test? When can we use independent sample t-test? You see these examples. Now, this is your starting point of research. If you want to apply independent sample t-test in the research that you are doing, then if it is a chemical engineering, say, is there an increase in adsorption when pressure is increased in comparison to constant pressure? You have done one experimentation under constant pressure, one at an elevated pressure. Then is there a difference? You are finding independent sample t-test. Mechanical engineering problem, I took it. It's a composite material problem which I took. Medical science, is there an increase in the speed of the cure of a disease while patients are given counseling in comparison to no counseling? Civil engineering, is there an increase in earthquake resistance of a building when the construction is wood-based more than concrete-based? See, two independent samples you are going to compare. Electrical engineering, is there an increase in the life of electric bulb when used in air-conditioned room in comparison to the normal ventilation? So there are two rooms. You have a data for the life of electric bulbs. Say 100 bulbs you have taken, run in inside the air-conditioned room, and another 100 bulbs of the same make in the non-AC room, and you have also recorded for how many hours they have lasted. You have this data. These two sets of data you compare independently and then give your conclusion. Okay, that is independent sample t-test. Then we'll move on to paired sample t-test. Now, how is this different from independent sample t-test? See, follow me carefully. Two separate groups which had no connection to each other. Even their sample size can be different. For comparing, as we are going by the mean, sample size also need not be same. Correct? Now, what is the difference between independent sample t-test and paired sample t-test? Now, suppose you want to study in a situation whether introducing a treatment has brought about a change or not. Brought about a change or not. Then we will have to take two sets of data. One set of data before the treatment you are given, give the treatment, and then again collect the data after the treatment. So before and after the treatment you have the data. Now for these two groups you study whether there has been a significant increase or decrease or whatever it is. Okay, so read this problem and understand. Somebody made a claim that he is going to give a memory training for children, and after his training these kids are going to be all smart kids because their memory capacity is increased. All right, one researcher says, okay, let me see whether your memory training has increased the memory capacity of children significantly or not. Significant to 5% or 95% confidence level. How shall we conduct the research? We will give a test of their memory capability before the training is given. Okay, say 20 objects were given, they had to memorize these 20 objects. How many objects they have memorized? We have taken a sample of 9 students. First student could memorize 10, second could memorize 15, like that it goes. Okay, now you give your memory training to our students. Now he has given some memory training, some way how to enhance memory. After 1 week or so, when their memory has been trained by this expert who claimed that he can increase the memory capacity of students, now they are again brought, again they are given objects, but not the same objects. Okay, different objects. I told you, no, ceteris paribus. Rest of the conditions should be same. If you have given them a test paper, intensity or the level of the question paper should be same. Level of difficulty level of the question paper, it must be the same if it is a question paper. Or if objects are given, randomly chosen 50 objects, and those 15 objects you have picked 9 for first test and another 9 for after test. See, this is where confounding relationship establishes, or extraneous variable has increased or decreased the variable. For example, in the earlier test we conducted, in one group to which protein diet was given, all the children were bodybuilders' children. By nature, they have that ability genetically to grow faster, and they are all weighing more. And in another group, they were all very ordinary children who were malnourished. See, that won't work. So as a researcher, first thing is rest of the conditions should be same. Ceteris paribus. Under all the rest of the conditions same, you are testing whether this particular variable only has created the change or not. Hope you have understood this problem. Why I am spending so much of time with the problem is a well understood problem is half solved. If you have not understood the problem, there is no point in going forward. Simple problems I have chosen. Now the complication level of this, it is for you to increase for your research. Fine. We will apply my basic rules for my hypothesis. Is there a significant increase? Okay, only now also we are going increase only one-tailed. If there is a change, then it would be two-tailed. That's all. Don't make it unnecessarily complicated. We are testing only if there is an increase, it is one-tailed. If the word like if there is a change is used, then it may increase or decrease. Both is being checked. Then it will be two-tailed. That's all. Okay. So paired sample t-test formula I have given. We need the mean of the differences, summation, sample size. Sample size now, of course, is going to be the same, isn't it? For the same data, we have given the treatment and again measured. So standard deviation you are calculating for the difference. This is the table we will have to compile. We have these 9 data. This was after training. Okay, the before training, after training, difference, square of the difference, summation of the square of the difference. Degrees of freedom is, we had only one group of 9 minus 1. There were 2 times tested, but it is only one group. So 9 minus 1. Fine. Substitute mean difference d summation of di by n. Substitute in the standard deviation formula. All these parameters are computed before. You got the value of t, which is minus 1.361. And then you go to this table of t distribution. Again, one-sided because we are testing only increase. One-tailed. Degrees of freedom 8. 9 minus 1, I told you 8. Significance 0.05. Value is 1.860. This is the tabulated value. What was the calculated value? Ignore the sign plus or minus. We want only the magnitude of it. 1.361. It is less than now. So it is within. It is in the inside the tabulated value. So it is in the acceptance region only, not rejection region. So this time we have failed to reject the null hypothesis. don't use the word like we accept null hypothesis in your research. Statistically speaking, we should either reject the null hypothesis or we have failed to reject the null hypothesis. It may mean the same, but statistical language claiming that other way is not correct. What is our purpose? Our purpose is to reject the null hypothesis or we have failed to reject the null hypothesis. So write only that way. Okay, so even though I have written accepted, this is not the statistical language, but to make you understand, I have written it, that's all. But we have rejected the null hypothesis. What did the rejection? There is no significant increase. Okay, so we have failed to reject, no significant increase. So in other words, training is ineffective. We have failed to reject the null hypothesis. So no significant increase holds good. So training is ineffective. Correct? In other words, null hypothesis is accepted. What did the null hypothesis say? Null hypothesis said no increase. So no increase is accepted. So training is ineffective. Paired sample t-test. Okay? So paired sample t-test will now go for type the data or pick the data for the sample. Okay, paired sample t-test. We have paired for 9 data, right? So we'll copy this paired sample t-test. Put it in Spss. So here in the variable, this is 1, group 1 before, and this was after. Both are scale variables. Paired sample t-test. Okay. We'll come to data variable. Analyze. Compare mean. This pair we are comparing. So this is my first pair. This is my second one after that. Okay. Here we are again not changing anything. So paired sample t-test we have compared. Okay. So paired sample t-test. All right. See the t value minus 1.36 we got as we had computed, minus 1.36. Okay, but we see only the significance value, isn't it? It is giving only for two-tailed always, but ours is one-tailed, so we have to divide this value by 2. So that's what I have done here, divided it by 2 for one-tailed. All right, so even if you divide by 2, it is just 0.105. So it is not less than 0.05 or equal to 0.05. So we have failed to reject null hypothesis. So null hypothesis holds good. There is no significant difference in memory. So the person was trying to fool us, telling that his memory training is going to improve the memory. Training is ineffective. They even at the time of examination, they try to sell some diet, protein diet, and claim that memory capacity is increased. You can test this. All right. Now I'm telling you, using this concept, what kind of hypothesis can you build in the area of your research? Chemical engineering. Is there increase in combustion efficiency of petrol when mixed with the natural gas? Before mixing, after mixing, we are going to test it. Mechanical. Is the workpiece surface finish improved with the use of coolant in comparison to dry cutting? Run 10 sample dry cutting, run with coolant dry cutting, not dry cutting, with coolant. Compare the data. Medical science. Okay, memory enhancement drug itself. You are civil engineering. Is there an increase in the life of a bridge when a surface is protected by a special paint. Without paint, with paint, test its life. Electrical engineering. Is there a cost reduction when electric power station is worked with preventive maintenance and periodic maintenance? Okay, without and with you run and test. Now you please write one hypothesis in your area of choice where you can conduct paired sample t-test. This is thinking like a researcher. That is why workshop I told you 1% instruction, 99% it is execution. In your area of choice, try to write one good example wherein you can write a hypothesis for paired sample t-test, conduct a research and get an output. Then we will go for the next mathematical foundation for structural equation modeling, that is linear regression. Now, most of the analysis that we do when we use statistical interpretation are linear. If we go for non-linear dynamic analysis, then we will have to generate our non-linear equation. But the easiest way is to approximate the change brought in the dependent variable for the given change in independent variable by approximating a straight line. So when we approximate a straight line to represent a group of data points which we have obtained for a change in independent variable for the given change in the dependent variable for a given change in independent variable, we plot this XY plot, isn't it? Simple, 7th standard mathematics. Nothing more than that. We are extending it to the next level, that's all. So regression is the determination of a statistical relationship between two or more variables. One dependent variable is there and we may have one independent variable as shown here in this graph, or we may have several independent variables. Multiple regression will get. Several independent variables we may get. All those independent variables are called predictors. And why we call it as response? Basically, there exist two variables as we know, independent variables, or we call them also as exogenous variables, which is the cause of the behavior of another one, that is dependent variable. So when you claim that there is causation between two sets of variable, you are establishing causation. Effect cannot precede cause. Come on, give it a thought. Stretch your brain muscles. Effect cannot precede cause. Effect cannot precede cause. Isn't it? Effect should come after the cause has been triggered. That means there is an independent variable which is causing a change. Then there is a time lag, maybe in few nanoseconds also, we don't know. But the dependent variable accordingly changes. Example, rainfall, paddy growth, the paddy grains, their growth or crop, the amount of rainfall in a particular year and the amount of crop obtained. Independent variable, dependent variable. Okay, we have number of years, how much of rainfall was there, number of years, what was the crop grown in a particular territory. Now don't confuse this causation with correlation. We have another two sets of data, price of rice, price of sugar. For past 10 years, 10 data points I have, say, or past 20 years, 20 data points I have. price of rice, price of sugar. As a researcher, you closely observe and see that when the price of rice came down, the price of sugar also came down. Price of rice went up, price of sugar also went up. Okay. Now, is this a causation? Did the change in price of rice cause the change in price of sugar? That you have to establish. Now, this is a case of correlation only. It is not causation. Both were causally dependent on rain, maybe. Let us presume that particular country doesn't import anything from outside or export. They are self-sufficient. They only rely on the total amount. What happened? Did I lose connection? Dr. Dashrath, did I lose connection? I heard a buzz. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. So when there was rainfall in a country which doesn't export or import, say hypothetically, then they are completely reliant on their own food production. Okay. So when there was good rainfall, there was good growth of paddy and good grain crop of rice. Accordingly, there was a good growth of sugarcane and good production of sugar. So demand and supply rule applies here. When it was in abundance, the price came down. So both sugar through sugarcane, rice through paddy, both were dependent on a third variable, which was rainfall. So relationship, if you have marked in millimeter, the rainfall, say 80, 90, 110, 70, 60 millimeter, like that we have one set of data for rainfall, another set of price of rice, third set for price of sugar. Then you do an analysis of comparison between these variants. Then between rainfall and price of rice, between rainfall and price of sugar, that is causal relationship. You may fit a regression equation both the cases. So causation is a different, the experimentation is different for finding causation. That's where I said, your design of experiment, your levels, your factors, there are so many issues you need to consider to establish causation. That's why while writing a paper and publishing it, if you are not done experimental research and causation has not been tested, then you can only claim that A has got a significant relationship with B. A and B are significantly interrelated, or A has an association with the B, say demographics you are comparing, or A has an impact on B. But if you want to say A is influencing B, then you have to go for experimental research. Okay, so these are the building blocks of research which you should know. Now, regression can only interpret what exists physically, that's all. There must be a physical variation. There must be a physical way in which independent variable X can affect dependent variable Y, which we have recorded and taken down the data. The basic relationship between X and Y is given by Y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 into X plus epsilon. Epsilon is just an error, okay, or residual, we call it as residual. All right, to interpret it as a straight line, this is the intercept. So even before I changed the X, there was some value of Y, which is beta naught, which is this intercept. Then from here on, the linear relation x increased, y also increased. For a given value of x based on the slope, correspondingly y also increased. Okay, and there is a residual error. See, if you repeat this experiment, there may be experimental error, one form of residual error, which also you should add or subtract algebraically from the value of the dependent value if you want to get accurate value of y. Okay, so this assumes a linear or straight line kind of a relation between the response and its predictor. Now, when we go for a multiple regression model, then we refer to the ith case of the dependent variable y. In the ith experiment, ith case of dependent variable of y, we had the same regression equation, and we had more than one variable, which I called x from j0 to say p correspondingly. Okay, so here x0 was there, here 1 came, 2 came, like that. So p varied from 0 to p. So xijth number I am writing in multiple regression, so ip will come because j approaches p. And in ith experiment, this was a residual error. So this is a multiple regression equation which I am going to develop for the experiment that I am going to do in science or engineering or social science or management. So this is a simple regression equation with the one variable that is x, which is influence the variable y. Okay, let us now practically take one example of regression equation. Fine. Let me take a simple case where everyone should be understanding this, irrespective of your discipline. So a research is conducted to study the test of a relationship of perceived ease of use. Means a new technology is introduced, say your mobile phone. I will buy or not buy mobile phone based on ease of its use. You must have seen our parents, our grandparents and all, they refused to use mobile initially because they didn't perceive it easy to use, and why phone, older phone itself is good. I'll go and pick that phone, they used to say. But they're all now busy in chat. Why? Because their ease of use was made so easy, and automatically it started teaching how to use. So perceived ease of use of a technology is one of an important predictors of customer satisfaction. Its satisfaction is based on perceived ease of use. Then perceived benefit. Okay, by using this, what is the benefit I have? Yes, I can be in touch with my grandchildren who are abroad, my friends, my classmates. There are teams, there are group chats. So he has number of benefits out of mobile. He will use it, and then he will throw that old set, he or she, and buys a new set. Oh, this is very innovative. There are so many features. The camera here is very good, and there are so many multiple applications of this mobile. Ultimately, in mobile, everything works except phone. That's what we are observing, isn't it? All other add-ons to it are working so very well, but connectivity for phone call is not there. That important phone call we miss. Okay, so research has shown, there are articles which say that these are three, there are many such variables which provide customer satisfaction in a technology, but I have chosen these three simple, easy to understand ones. Okay, now quantitatively we have to relate the response, which is customer satisfaction, to the predictors of customer satisfaction: perceived ease of use, perceived benefit, and innovativeness. Okay, so how to establish a relation, we will see. Okay, we will take the regression data. You also take the regression data which was emailed to you. Please take the regression data. Okay, this is the regression data He has observed, see, based on perceptions, a questionnaire survey was given, how easy it is to use. If it is very easy, you put it as 5. You found that it is not easy to use, then put 1. Degree of variation, you give between 1 to 5. Okay. If you want a technical example here, surface roughness produced in a workpiece depends upon the speed, feed, and depth of cut when you are cutting that workpiece using a single point cutting tool in a lathe, whatever it is. Okay. Or a chemical reaction, rate of chemical reaction is your response. It is influenced by pressure, temperature, catalyst, and all these values you are given in these columns. You decide a predictor and response applicable to your research. Okay, I have given one dummy data. This is not a real data. It's a dummy data I have given you for learning the analysis. That's all. Okay. So this data we will now take to our Spss. Okay, and we will load them here. Okay, and all this data you name them. In the variable view you name them. Okay, first one was what? Perceived ease of use. Second one was perceived benefit. Third one was innovativeness. Fourth one was satisfaction in its use. And all are scale variables. That's fine. All of you have done this. You have taken ratio scale. You have entered the data for these 3 variables and you have declared it. Please do it. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, now you go to analysis. Okay, you go to regression here. Okay, here you'll find regression and go for linear regression. Okay. What is my dependent variable here? Satisfaction. Send it there. What is my predictors? These 3. Send it there. Okay. We want R square. Okay, coefficient of determination. We don't want any plots to be marked. And in options, it is 95%. I don't want to change anything here either. Okay, nothing I want in the plot. Okay, minimum things let us test. So I will go by this. Okay, and I have developed the regression equation. Okay. R square. I will explain R square a bit later. Okay, when I go to structural equation modeling, I'll speak about R square. Ignore that. Now I have got a F value like the t test. Here you have F value. Okay, equivalent to t, we have F. And we have a significance value here, right? The value of significance is 0.029. That means 0.03, which is less than 0.05. We reject the null hypothesis and we say that these 3 predictors have a significant influence on the response. At least one of them must be having some influence. That is why on the overall basis, analysis of variance on the overall basis says that this variance is significant. Okay, so it is the analysis of variance. I will take a separate case of analysis of variance and explain it to you in my next example. So now it is enough for you to understand that on the overall of basis, there is a significant influence. Means at least one of these three predictors, either perceived ease of use or perceived benefit or innovativeness, must have had its influence on customer satisfaction. Now, regression equation is here. If you use a software like say Minitab, it will generate the regression equation also, but here it will give a table through which you can directly write the regression equation. I will tell you, say, these are called beta coefficients, right? First one is constant. What is that constant? That constant is the constant which I showed you here, this constant, beta naught. Beta naught, you write that. Then PU has a coefficient of 0.027. So 0.027 times PU, 0.004 times perceived benefit, 0.377 times innovation. Okay, and you see the t values also given individually, and you can see standard error is also computed. Ignore that. Here you will find that, see, among constant you ignore, these three were the predictors, PU, PBF and INN. Among these three, significance value of innovative ability is only less than 0.05. It is in fact 0.005, which is very much less than 0.05. So, among these three predictors, innovativeness has got a significant influence on customer satisfaction, and PEU and PBF do not have a statistically significant influence on customer satisfaction. And the predictor equation is given by what I just told you. These two tables I explained to you, right? This is the predictor equation which I told. See, this was the constant value transferred here, 0 to 7 perceived ease of use. This is perceived benefit. So innovation. So only innovation with 0.005 less than 0.05 has got a significant influence on customer satisfaction. That is why I told you SPSS or SEM is just a 7th standard kid will do for you. There is no point in a course attending a course on SPSS or Smart PLS. You have to understand the methodology behind these numbers. This is what you have to understand in a workshop or in your journey in research. Okay, so this part we have regression also we have done. Now we will move on to analysis of variance and then to structural equation modeling after a break of about 10 minutes. During that time, you can do this and test this in your computer. Okay, if you have got problem, please get back to me and tell me what your problem is. Now let us move on to analysis of variance. Now, when there is one independent variable with 3 or more levels, for example, high jump styles, say, there are different levels, each style is different, then the analysis is called one-way analysis of variance. The name is analysis of variance, but it is still comparison of means. Okay, when there are 2 or more independent variables, for example, high jump styles as well as number of years of training, then the analysis becomes factorial analysis of variance, because there's more than one independent variable now, and each of that variable may have levels. Note that in both one-way analysis of variance and factorial analysis of variance, there is only one dependent variable. Dependent variable will be still one. You will understand it when I give example. If you have two or more dependent variables, you need either to perform separate analysis of variance individually for each dependent variable, or we should go for multivariate analysis of variance, which is called MANOVA. Okay, let us now look into analysis of variance only in terms of its assumptions. There are some assumptions that we make in analysis of variance. First of all, the data should be parametric, measurable, okay? Measured on either interval scale or ratio scale. That's why I first introduced you to the type of scales, because these are the basic building blocks. Then there should be independence. There should be no relationship between the scores of dependent variables in different groups. One group should not influence the other among the dependent variable list. Then there should be homogeneity of variances in the groups. That means the group should come from the population which have equal or nearly equal variances in the scores of the dependent variable. So these groups should homogeneously vary with themselves for comparison's sake. Then, of course, normality principle means it should obey normal distribution pattern. The scores of the dependent variable in each group should come from populations which are normally distributed, means they should obey the Gaussian distribution. You will understand all these things which I told you with this example. Okay. Let me draw your attention to a problem which you are going to work out. Per acre production data for 3 varieties of wheat. 3 varieties of wheat. Variety 1, 2, 3. Each grown on 4 different plots. Plot 1, I didn't name them here. You can name it if you want. Plot 1, plot 2, plot 3, plot 4. So, 3 varieties of wheats grown on 4 different varieties of plots. Now we have to test if the variety difference are significant. Suppose 3 sellers are selling 3 different varieties of seeds in a market, and each seller is claiming that my seed variety which I am selling is much better than the remaining 2. Each one of them claims the same. Now a researcher wants to test whether their claim is true or there is no difference at all. How is he going to do that? He is going to conduct one analysis of variance based research. That is, he has selected 4 plots, 4 different plots. These 4 plots, they differ in terms of their fertility, minerals, all these things, climatic condition, all these things. And he is going to use these seeds on these plots individually. Variety 1, plot 1, put here. Variety 2, plot 2, put here. And in all these plots, he is going to measure the per acre production in tons of the crop. By doing so, he has got a 3x4 matrix. 12 data sets he has. Using this data, he is going to tell whether these seeds differed from each other significantly in terms of their ability to grow or to produce crop. Okay. Now this is called one-way analysis of variance. Now you see, when you are, there was a question which I saw about research paper publication. If you are focusing on a research paper publication in your area, you will have to go for this kind of analysis if it is to be published in a good ranked journal. Only one-way analysis of variance also these days is not adequate. You will have to go to the next level of doing two-way analysis of variance, that is to find out whether the seeds differed from each other significantly in terms of their quality and the plots differed significantly between each other for their fertility, and presume that there were again 4 different fertilizers used in 4 different plots, whether those 4 different fertilizers differed significantly in terms of their quality. You should continue like this. That is where we have to go for design of experiments. You may be surprised. Design of experiments was fundamentally designed by farmers. You may think that today leading brands like Toyota is what it is today is because of design of experiments. They did this design of experiments, implemented it, and they challenged the view, olden days view, that higher quality is at higher cost. No, they said that we are going to provide you higher quality at lower cost than in comparison with those leagued or branded vehicles. If you travel internationally from the airport to your hotel, when you go, invariably, several countries I observed, invariably you will get one Toyota showroom. I'm not advertising for Toyota, but they applied quality function deployment. They applied design of experiments. Okay, design of experiment is not in the scope of this particular workshop. We will do it later. Now, this is the starting point of design of experiment, I should say. That is analysis of variance. Okay, if you want to make the same example technical, three brands, say Sony, Lenovo, and Dell, are claiming for superiority. So a researcher has given 4 different algorithms to be solved by 3 different brands, and in seconds he has found out how much of time was taken by each of these computer when it worked on 4 different algorithms. Now we are going for this kind of permutation combination. All right. So we will write, for procedure is same. First, develop a hypothesis, null hypothesis. No significant difference between 3 makes of computers. Alternative, there is a significant difference in the make of computers. All right. Then the mathematics of this is, now you see variance when we are measuring, we need to make 2 estimates. One is between the samples and one is within the samples. Within the sample means 12 samples we have. Between means we have 3 varieties or 3 computers on 4 different plots between when we do. So we estimate F value. Here also it is F test. This is the value of F I covered when I did regression analysis, and I told you that I will come to F calculation later. This is it. Here what you do, estimate of population variance based on between sample variance and within sample variance. So we will calculate this mean square between MS and within. How it is done is here. First you compute the value of total T, just addition of all these 12 sample values, 60. How many samples we have? 12. T square by n will directly give you a factor called correction factor, which you will have to subtract from sum of squares to get sum of squares for the total sample, which is given in the next equation here. Always remember, I refers to rows, J refers to column in a matrix. 3 rows I, 4 columns J. So we compute summation of xi square minus total square by n. Simple calculation yields you 32. Now we calculate SS between and SS within. Again, the formulae are here in terms of correction factor. So just substitute. So Tj, 4 columns were there, you add Tj, right? So you got these values, put them, substitute them here. You got the value of sum of square between, sum of square within is compiled here. Substitute the values again. Okay, you got 24. Now we compile this table 8 and 24, sum of square for between and within 8 and 24. Degrees of freedom, there were 3 varieties of seats or types of computers. So 3 minus 1, 2. Then total 12, out of which 3 were there again. Each one you have to subtract, so it became 9. So 8 divided by 2 gives you the mean square. Then this divided by this will give you the F ratio. That's the formula. Now, for 2 and 9 degrees of freedom, you find the tabulated value for F distribution. See, 2 and 9, you have 4.26 as our tabulated value. 4.26 as our tabulated value. Calculated value of F is how much? 1.5. In the table, we have F calculated value as 1.5. All right. So it is within. We have failed to reject null hypothesis. Null hypothesis is accepted. So there is no significant difference. So the claim of better wheat or claim of superiority, with this example, dummy data, I'm telling you, I just used a dummy data. That claim is now accepted that there is no difference. Okay, when you do F test in analysis of variance using SPSS, you directly get the value of significance like before. Okay, so what we'll do, we will go to the analysis of variance data which I have given you. Okay, analysis of variance. Okay, so we had 3 sets of data, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, you take this. I put here 3 categories we are going to declare, and then let me close this window, and then let me bring the values. First, second, and third row you are going to enter continuously like this. Okay, and we'll name them. Okay, what is that? Variable. These are the computer brands. Computer, and this is the speed of computers. This is a nominal variable, and this is a scaled variable. All right. So come to the data view. Come to the data view. Okay. Now we'll go to analyze. We will go for analysis of variance. One-way analysis of variance. Okay. Our dependent variable is speed, and our factors that we have chosen are this computer. So we are not going to make any changes here. Only in post hoc you pick this particular method. Okay, this is assuming equal variance assumed. All right, and significance level we are not going to change it. Keep it as it is, and say OK to this. Okay, the one-way analysis of variance is performed. See the same table which we got. See 8 and 24, 2 and 9, 4, 2. Ratio is 1.5. Significance value is 0.274, which is greater than 0.05. So we have failed to reject the null hypothesis. Null hypothesis holds good. There is no significant difference in the make of the computers. And here there is one more multiple comparison. If you want to compute, if you want to compare the first computer with the remaining 2, you can see whether there is difference. No. Second computer with 1 and 3, no. Third computer with 1 and 2, also no. So individually also you can compute. So this is about the analysis of variance. Hope you have also done it in your Spss. Okay, this is the result. Now, what is the application of it? Same thing, you see, reactants, catalyst, temperature, pressure, and promoter you are taking, rate of chemical reaction you want to measure. Or there are different types of bonding agents you are taking, and its bond strength you are measuring. Or medical science, different patients respond differently for a medical treatment. Is there a significant difference in response? 6 groups of patients. Civil engineering, different types of designs have different rate of ventilation in a room. Is there a significant difference in ventilation based on the type of 4 different designs of a room? See, this is where we can collaborate in our research. You come in your area, one problem, we will systematically take you through the entire process of paper writing, and that is our next phase of operation. We can collaborate in your area. If you can independently write the paper, fine, fair enough. If you want to collaborate with us and make joint papers, collective with grouped authors, we are here to help you out on that. Okay, systematically what should be included in different components of paper writing, all these inputs we can provide to you with our expertise. But in your area, one research problem you have to identify correctly. Or say, presume you even don't have that, still we have an alternative to you. I will give you all access to my earlier 200 papers which I have published. I'll give you the place of its availability. You can go through that. I'll also tell you how to extend those work which have been done before, and there also we can collaborate. Sky is the limit. This is just a start point which I have established. We will see how it goes in the years to come. So this is all I wanted to tell about the first part with all the background of structural equation modeling. Now let us move on to structural equation modeling as a tool.
So there was one question from one of the participants.
Yeah.
Question is there a limit for choosing predictors for multiple regression?
Usually no. Usually, if you have a full version of the software, there will be no. But in structural equation modeling and all, you know, when you take a student version and all, they have limitation like 100 they put, and the tables and all you can't copy. You will have to, means table from the software you can't copy to the Word document. All such limitations will be there. But if in your colleges you will have a full version, so there is no such limitation on the number of predictors you can have. Okay. Now we will move on to the next part of my presentation. Now, what is structural equation modeling? There is a structural model that is developed relating multiple variables together. I told you it is nothing but t-test and regression analysis done simultaneously with multi-variables. That's why there is multi-collinearity taking place in structural equation modeling approach. Okay, so now we have to first understand the types of variables before we take up structural equation modeling based problem. What are the types of variables? Exogenous variables. They are independent variables. Why they are called exogenous and not independent, I will come to that right now. Endogenous variables, dependent variables. Extraneous variables, they are also exogenous variables which have not been considered in our analysis. So in a structural model, we have an exogenous variable which is influencing the endogenous variables. And then this is the boundary of the system. And then we have extraneous variables which may also influence the endogenous variables. Why we call endogenous variable and exogenous variables in structural equation modeling or system dynamics based modeling and simulation is because if you look into the endogenous variable 1 here, it is a dependent variable for this particular independent variable, but it is an independent variable for endogenous variable 3. So what is that you are going to call this as? Independent variable or dependent variable or intermediate variable? That is why we call only the first set of variables which are here as exogenous variables, which are all influencing the endogenous. Remaining are all dependent on this exogenous variables. Okay. Then based on the relationships that can be established between these variables, we can have direct relationship or mediating relationship or moderating relationship. Now let us have a clear understanding of what are these relationships. Independent variable affects dependent variable. Heat treatment affects hardness of steel. Rainfall affects increase or decrease in crop. You can consider an analogy, not exactly, but in terms of variable, you can assume, to make it simple and understandable, you can presume that independent variable is in the form of a tank from where water is flowing to the sump, which is a dependent variable. So the height of water here is dependent on the water level here and the flow rate of that water. So this is a dependent variable, is an independent variable. Not exact, I'm telling you, but to make you understand it easily. All right, fine. Now how to measure it? Measurement is through regression equation. That is why I taught you the regression equation first. What does the regression equation say? Y is equal to the intercept plus beta coefficient into the first independent variable plus the residual. All right. Now, so measurement is for a given value of x, when these constants are known, intercept is known, residual response for each experiment we know, we can add them up and we can calculate the estimate for the response. Okay, direct relationship, easy measurement. Okay, then next, what is mediating or intervening relationship? Now, there is an independent variable that affects dependent variable. There is also another variable called mediating variable, which is affected by the independent variable, and this mediating variable in turn affects the dependent variable. This is a setup wherein the mediating variable has come into picture. So now that example of tank 1, there is one more tank, smaller tank. Water is flowing from tank 1 to the sump, dependent variable. Water is also flowing through tank 2 to this. See there, now the dynamics changed. Now the dynamics of variable in the sump, it completely changed because mediating variable is also going to act. So mediating variable is like a translator in a speech. I go to a different country, they don't understand my language, I take a translator, I talk, and the translator speaks and they will understand. It is not that they don't understand anything out of what I speak. I may do some action. I may, based on first explanation, the second they may get some understanding of. But mediating variable, mediator, makes it more clear. Which is significant effect, that depends on the context. Okay, then it is also like a middleman in a deal whose role is just to strengthen the deal. So middleman also influences the purchase behavior. So note that mediating can be full mediation or partial mediation. Here in this example it is partial mediation because Some effect is there from the independent variable on the dependent variable. If that effect is removed, I must pass through only through mediator, then it's a full mediation. Then the mediating variable became full mediator, and there's no way how I can go directly from A to C. Okay. Now, how are we going to understand in the context of research? See, I told you, these references which I give you are very important. You should read general books, general areas of research also, and try to understand. Then you can bring that research methodology to your area. That is where researchers should be open as a researcher, not operate like a blinkered horse. Detach yourself from your basic discipline to start with as a researcher. See as a researcher. Nobel Prize is not given for engineers or any. Nobel is science. Research. Researcher is independent of discipline. He is going at a micro level or macro level depending upon the context and study. So you should be like war horses, not blinkered horses. Read papers from other journals like Emerald Insight Journal. When you publish papers there, it goes to one reviewer who has got nothing to do with that area, and he has to give review whether it is written in such a way that a person who is outside the area can also understand it. So please, why I am telling you is most of us, we operate under the silos. This is my domain, I don't want to go outside this. Anything other than this, I don't understand. That method won't work in research. Why? Because it will prevent you from getting the ideas which have been used in other discipline to yours. Transdisciplinary approach. I know you have heard multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, but transdisciplinary approach you will have to use. What is that? If you want to design the best pump, then you should study biology or anatomy. Why? Why? Because the best pump on planet Earth is human heart. It can pump fluid at 2 different pressure heads. It can pump fluid at 2 different pressure heads simultaneously, noiseless operation, minimum consumption of energy, and 100% efficiency. Imagine what would happen if it skips 1 or 2 beats. So transdisciplinary approach you have to take. If you want to design a good submarine, you should study dolphins. If you want to make a dust-proof surface to the car, then you have to study lotus, flower lotus, which is there in the pond, but dust doesn't attach to it. See, this kind of thinking as a researcher you have to develop. So there is something called, in this paper, he has given the mediating role of knowledge management. Today's world, organizations or institutes, our knowledge is not our personal property anymore. Our knowledge is hired by our organization or institute. So organization and institute has got a mechanism called knowledge management, wherein our knowledge is captured, stored, validated, modified, updated, and pushed to all corners of the organization so that everybody can make use of it for the growth of the organization. That system is called knowledge management system. Many educational institutes and software developing and as well as Fortune 500 companies have developed knowledge management systems in their organization. They've even developed knowledge currencies within the organization. All right? So knowledge management system, when it is implemented, what happens? This knowledge management mediates between organizational strategy and organizational effectiveness. All the strategic planning in an organization is for enhancing organizational effectiveness, isn't it? What is strategy? SWOT analysis. Strength and opportunities, weakness and challenges. Strength and weaknesses are within to the organization. In SWOT, Strengths and weaknesses are within the organization. Opportunities and challenges are outside the organization. What is strategy? Strategy is the balancing act played by the manager to match our strengths and weaknesses against the opportunities and threats in the external world. That's all. That is facilitated by knowledge management. Why? Because it captures external knowledge, develops a repository, and makes a knowledge hub. Okay, and all this. So it's a mediating relationship. One example I give. Okay, so organizational strategy affects KM, which in turn affects organizational effectiveness. You should remember that. There should be a relationship between organizational strategy and KM also. If the organizational strategy is not supportive to knowledge management, then it won't work. Example 2. These 3 papers. Speed of machining affects the surface finish of the workpiece. But along with speed of machining, geometry of tool mediates surface finish, because a particular geometry is congenial for better surface finish. Mediating, you read these papers to study the mediating role of geometry of the tool. Now, how to do the measurement? So you should see whether there is a mediating variable in your research that you have chosen, and then introduce a mixed method approach or structural equation modeling, and then see whether you can collect the data and analyze it. Now, what is a measurement? Direct relation is regression equation, y1 given by I1 intercept in the first case, and C slope into X plus residual response. Fine. Now what happens here? Here, first thing is Y2 is given by 1 intercept plus C dash. It is not this C, the value is different now. That's why I gave the tank analogy. So C dash X plus B times M, where M is given by intercept plus coefficient A into X plus a residual. So this is the measurement which is going to take place when you are dealing with the mediating variable. Then what is moderation? Okay. Independent variable influences dependent variable. There is a moderating variable. As the name itself suggests, it moderates the effect. It moderates the effect. Now, independent variable has no connection to this moderating variable at all. Independent variable has no connection to the moderating variable, but its effect on dependent variable is moderated. It is either strengthened or weakened. Moderator affects the path between independent and dependent variable. Moderator variable is like a catalyst in a chemical reaction. The independent variable has got no influence on catalyst. Catalyst moderates that speed of reaction. Okay, so now if you introduce in the example which I gave, there is no separate tank here for which water flows from tank 1 to this, but there is a pressure pump instead. That pressure pump increases the pressure here so that more water flows here. That is moderating effect. Managerial skills improve organizational effectiveness, yes. But knowledge management processes which are inbuilt in the organization moderates that effect. See, this is much different from the earlier example that I gave. Here, managerial skills have no direct influence on knowledge management processes because these processes are set. They are developed over a period of time, and once when it is set, this is the process we are going to follow. After that, we are not going to change it till the next operational level. Moderating rule. Managerial skill does not affect processes, but KMP moderates on how managerial skills affect organizational effectiveness. Example 2, speed of machining has got its effect on surface roughness, and that effect is moderated by the coolant. Coolant produces a moderating effect on surface finish. Speed of machining has got nothing to do with the coolant. Coolant rate of flow is not controlled by machining speed. It is independent. These two are not connected. That becomes a moderating relationship. Okay. So when you measure moderating relationship, then if you do the measurement here, y is simply given by the intercept slope of x, slope of z also, and the interaction effect that is caused due to the moderation of this. In design of experiment, we call it as interaction effect. See, suppose we have, say, a cup of coffee. Coffee taste is dependent variable, say. I have minimum amount of milk which has to be added. I have maximum amount of milk to be added based on my earlier experience. I also have minimum amount of coffee powder I can take, maximum amount of coffee powder I can take. Okay, fine. Now, as an experimenter, like in our undergraduate or postgraduate labs which we were doing, what is told to us is, if you want to deal with multiple variables, keep all the rest of the variables constant and vary only one variable to study whether that variable causes an influence on the dependent variable or not. Then make this variable constant, vary the other. Okay, if that approach I use, then I will keep constant coffee powder and start producing coffee cups with minimum value of milk, medium value of milk, high value of milk, and serve 3 cups of coffee and ask them to rate in a scale of 10. Then I will keep medium value of milk, and then decoction I will put minimum level, medium level, high level, prepare another 3 cups of coffee and serve it to customers and ask them to rate. Now, doing this, what happened there? I have only studied for low, medium, and high values of these two independent variables, giving the taste to the dependent variable. But if you observe carefully, you know that in between this medium and low and medium and high, somewhere this coffee powder and milk has got one combination which we have missed, wherein there is an interaction taking place between coffee powder and milk, producing the best cup of coffee. That is what you have to understand. That is design of experiments, actually. That is what you have to understand when you are going for interaction effect. Various types of interaction effects are there which you need to study and do a higher level of research when you are dealing with multiple variables. Okay. Another quick example for mediation and moderation. You see here, there are personality traits which lead to student satisfaction. You know, customers, when I was delivering a lecture to bank managers, I was trying to define who is a customer. One of the managers stood up and said, "Jo kast se marta hai, wo customer hai." Witty definition, but yes, he was right. You know why he said that? Because when you are a customer, there is no limit for your expectations. Dil mange more. There is no end for your expectations. Isn't it? That's why he said, "Kast se marta hai, wo customer hai." So satisfaction, what is the upper limit? Nobody knows. You start giving, there is no end for it. Somewhere you have to strike a balance between what is paid and what quality we have received, right? So personality trait of students decides the satisfaction level they may get when we are teaching or when we are learning, when we ourselves are students. Personal traits in the form of agreeableness. Okay, I have to follow this procedure first to understand this. I will follow it as it is. Okay. Then conscientiousness. I should apply. I should apply my mind to it. Only 1% is instruction. 99% is execution. I have to conscientiously practice this. Okay. Openness to experience. Every new paper should give me something new to learn. I should be open for newer ideas. Yes. So my personality traits decide how good I am operating on these three aspects. And my knowledge sharing with others is also influenced by this. Have you come across that rank student to whom you approach on the previous day of the examination? Please help me in this particular problem here. I did not understand it at all. Sorry for disturbing you at the last moment. He will say or she will say, oh, that's the only problem which I also not solved. Giving you a situation, not all are like that, Many of us, we would like to help friends. I'm telling you, just an example. Why? Because it's personality trait, operating under silos. Today, most of the organizations are suffering because the experts are not ready to share their knowledge. That's why they introduced this concept called knowledge currency and knowledge management system in many top organizations. Read papers related to operating in silos. There are case studies. So how to make people share knowledge? That's one person. Now, sharing knowledge is a mediator between traits and satisfaction. So when you share, if you lead to satisfaction, okay, because I shared this knowledge, the co-creation of knowledge was there. The entire knowledge base of the class improved, and then we have all been satisfied with our performance because our today's performance was much better than our yesterday's performance, and we are in the S curve of learning at the steep part of the S curve. Mediator. Whereas for the same personality traits, if our friends keep on giving us feedback or teachers give us feedback, they are only moderators. They are not mediators. They may strengthen the effect. That is why, in many studies, when you study the demographic influence on something that you study, they are only moderators. Demographic influences like our gender, our education, our background, status, all these things, all these act only as a moderators. Okay. Now we will start with this much of knowledge. We will start with our structural equation modeling problem. This is one simple paper that I have taken, which was published long back, and I have taken minimum number of variables. Okay, this paper you can refer later and read it, but I'll give you the gist of the paper. The same regression equation I have used, to make you understand regression, I have extended to one more level, and along with that, I'm going to study the direct effect as well as the indirect effect. What I have done, same, perceived use, perceived benefit, product, innovativeness, their influence on customer satisfaction, and customer satisfaction leading to customer loyalty. A satisfied customer will be loyal to that brand, right? When I'm satisfied with a brand, say a mobile, I would upgrade myself with the same brand. There's no reason why I should change my brand. So when you go for brand loyalty, the customer loyalty, brand loyalty, all are related to the loyalty that we express for a brand. Okay, so say customer loyalty is under observation here. Okay, so I will build three hypotheses. See, now you will understand the importance of fundamentals. The same hypothesis we developed there, we are going to extend here. 4 hypotheses we are going to test. Null hypothesis, no significant relationship between perceived ease of use and customer satisfaction. Similarly for other hypotheses. All right. Then we are going to study indirect effect. You can see that here customer satisfaction mediates between this. It's a full mediation. See, There is no direct influence of perceived ease of use on customer loyalty. That is not studied here. Okay, intentionally I made it very simple, kept it simple. You can do that. You can, once when I taught you how to model this, you can do that also. All right. Now I am studying the mediating influence also of customer satisfaction between these three to this. So I have to test another set of 3 hypotheses. There is no significant mediating effect of customer satisfaction between ease of use and brand loyalty. Similarly, for other 2 dimensions, brand loyalty, or change it to customer loyalty. Okay, please change it to, I've called it as customer loyalty. Change it to customer loyalty if you want. Okay, you can change it, no issue. Right? Fine. Now, what are the models that we develop in structural equation modeling? Only 2 models: measurement model and structural model. Measurement model is for measuring the reliability and validity. Structural model is to test the hypothesis. Measurement model will tell us whether the data that we have used is reliable and the instrument that we have used to collect that data is valid. Okay, so validity and reliability measures we are going to have for the measurement through the measurement model. First measurement issue here is related to reliability of the data. Then there comes the Cronbach's alpha. Cronbach's alpha is nothing but internal consistency of the data. That means there is a dimension, and that dimension has got several items to measure that. These items are internally consistent with each other or not. A new item from somewhere else has come and joined these items, or are they internally very well consistently measuring the same dimension? Please note these terms. In this diagram, when you talk, perceived ease of use is a research construct. This research construct can have several dimensions. Each dimensions will have several items of measurement. These items are the individual items in the questionnaire. They are also called manifest variables in structural equation modeling language. So whole research construct is there. That construct may have dimensions. Dimensions may have items. Okay, or if I say that if this itself has items, nothing wrong in that. I will tell that this itself is a variable. I will call it as latent variable in structural equation modeling. Latent, why? Latent because it cannot be measured. Latent variable is a variable which cannot be measured. Then how are we going to quantify? I'm going to quantify it through its items. That is why perceived ease of use, I have given a questionnaire to them under this dimension. I have given them 5 items. These 5 items are responded with strongly agree or strongly disagree in a rating scale of 1 to 5. And these scores are giving quantitative measure for this latent dimension. That's why latent variable and manifest variables. Latent variables are blue in color in your structural equation modeling, and those yellow ones which you have seen are the manifest variables. Okay, so that is what we are going to do here. Internal consistency is being measured. Now, we all are of the opinion, and we want that high internal consistency we want in alpha Cronbach, isn't it? High value indicates that the items are unidimensional, means all these items have constituted and made one dimension of measurement only. If they are not, then that research construct would have had 2 dimensions, and we have put all these latent variables together. So it is not unidimensional. These latent variables these items which I spoke about, they belong to several dimensions. So it has to confirm that all these items constituted one main dimension, so it is unidimensional. The entire research construct is one, and if it is not, it will not need an exploratory factor analysis to identify its dimensions. So now there is one term called factor analysis. In simple ways, let me explain what is factor analysis. There's a first generation statistics usage actually. Suppose a research construct, job satisfaction. Okay, are you satisfied with job or not, sir? I will ask one employee. Are you satisfied with job or not? He may say yes or no. Or I will then ask him, sir, what gives you job satisfaction? His reply would be salary. Okay. Second person I go, sir, what gives you job satisfaction? A good peer relationship. Third, career prospects. Like this, what I'll do is, I'll ask as many people as possible, and I will collect as many items as possible, which are all related to job satisfaction. Okay, so suppose I have collected 240 items. Now this is what Toyota did. I told you, when they applied design of experiments, they called customers from all walks of life and they asked them, what is that you are looking for in an SUV? What is that you are looking in a sedan? Like that. They listed all these things. Okay. Now, here in factor analysis, what do we do? Those listed items, then we will ask them to rate. We will do an analysis called factor analysis. We extract eigenvalues and eigenvectors, and then how much of variance is extracted we see, and we force these 240 items to 5 factors or 3 factors, forcing these individual items under 1 factor. That means all those items which received similar rating by the customers, they are likely to be grouped together. So all these items, first item, 24th item, 36th item, among 240, all grouped together, first factor. We can give, I want 6 factors to be extracted, I want 4 factors to be extracted, and SPSS will do it for you. Okay, so that I will explore whether 4 factors are enough or should I give 5 factors, and then I will study in depth all these items together. If all those items together were related to salary, then I will name that factor as monetary gains. All were related to something like a relationship, interpersonal relationship, then I will name them as human relation dimension, interpersonal relationship, like that. So I will create multiple dimensions out of one research construct when nobody has before divided and formulated so many dimensions under that research construct. That's why I explore. Now in structural equation modeling, we don't have that situation in many cases. Why? Because this exploratory factor analysis done by earlier researchers, and already job satisfaction has been divided into 4 or 5 or 6 individual dimensions, and they have very clearly categorized that this particular research construct has these dimensions. There is no need for you to further exploratory factor analysis to do. So in structural equation modeling, we do what we call it as confirmatory factor analysis. That means we confirm that these items which we had selected, they are very rightfully belonging to this dimension. They are correctly representing this particular dimension. That is why this score should be high. Okay, they are all. Now what happens? All these values are 9 means that is also not correct. So don't be desperate to get all the values 9.5 to 9.99. One is ideal. Something is wrong there. It can't happen. Okay. So if all are close and very high means some of them are redundant. They are measuring the same things. There should be a good spread. But to be acceptable, they should be above 0.7, they say. Now, this kind of arguments you must read in research paper. Different authors, different research methodologies, mathematicians, they have given nice interpretation about how the values should be spread in terms of Cronbach alpha, and why should you have good, better, best combination, or all. It depends upon context of your research. So read this paper which I have highlighted here. Second measure is called ρA. Now, one measure of reliability for internal consistency, that is Cronbach, was not adequate. People felt they introduced another measure called composite reliability. Okay, means when they are composed together, composite manner, how reliable the items are. Okay, another measure of reliability. That's all. That is 0.7 or above is preferred. Then you can say that it is reliable. Then there is a separate measure of composite reliability itself. Okay, it is the measure of construct reliability in another form of reliability, that is in terms of shared variance. These items which we are putting them together in terms of their variance as depicted by the sample which you have collected, how close they are. So under that, 0.6 and above indicates acceptable level. Okay, but the general rule is if you have 5 to 8 items, then if you have 5 to 8 items attached to a latent variable, and if you have found that the composite reliability value is 0.8 and above for all dimensions, then it's a good measure, is a thumb rule which is given by most of the research methodologies. Then comes the next, average variance extracted. Again, it's a measure of composite reliability. 0.7 or larger is considered to be good. Okay, but up to 0.6 and above is also acceptable. See, when you are doing research, all rest of the dimensions are above 0.7, 0.89. 1 or 2 falls within 0.5, nothing is going to happen, because that can be justified later through our R-square value. Okay, so read articles. You have to, I told you, you have to read a lots of articles, and how researchers have interpreted these values, you must go very deep into that. But one simple way to claim that composite reliability is there is in terms of average variance extracted values are there. No, square root of that should be larger than all the inter-item correlation of that dimension with the remaining dimensions. This looks very complicated when I put it in words. I will explain it very simple words when I show you the table. Okay, so leave it there, don't worry. Then comes factor loading. Factor loading score means factor loading. Remember, these loadings are for the items or manifest variables with the latent variable. Now, how well these items are connected to the latent variable is given by these correlations called factor loading. So 0.7 or higher is better, but cutoff is 0.5. Okay, 1 or 2, 0.5 doesn't matter in when you have say 24 to 36 variables. But all are 0.6 and 0.5 below means then something is wrong. Okay, you may have to collect the data again. Now this is the test. Oh, that's why reliability, discriminant validity, composite reliability and all have been introduced. But when you say R square, that is a test. It is a goodness of fit of your model. Other name for R square is coefficient of determination. Coefficient of determination. That means how well your structural model has fit into the actual scenario. It is a degree of interrelation between the linked exogenous and endogenous variables as represented by the model. It is a variance in the dependent variable or variables that can be explained by independent variables. See, this is important. How much of variance in the dependent variables is explained by the independent variables that we have taken. That is R square value. See, for example, if I get a R square of 0.8, say, convert it into percentage, I can say that 80% of the relationship in the variance has been explained by this model. Then what about the remaining 20%? Remaining 20% is not explained in this model. Why? Because the data was not reliable, chance factor could have come there, or there may be variables which we are measuring actually as the dimension of job satisfaction which are not considered in this research, or there could be extraneous influence. So many factors are there. So you cannot get R square as 1. R square 1 is ideal wrong. Okay, it's a factor. That's why 0 to 0.9999. In simple words, if converted into percentage, it's a percentage of change in the dependent variable that is explained by the chosen independent variables. Cutoff here is 0.1, means 10% of variance. If it is explained, that is enough. Model is accepted, but it will be definitely higher than that. Then the last measure in measurement model is called the path coefficient. Path coefficient. What is that? It's a relative effect of A on B. They are also called beta weights, but remember, many researchers mistake it to be correlation coefficient or no. Path coefficients are not correlation coefficients. They are beta weights. Then what do they mean? In simple words, path coefficients between two interrelated variables is say 0.3 it means that if the independent variable is increased by 1 standard deviation from its mean value, then the dependent variable would be increased by 0.3 standard deviation from its mean. That's all. It's a increase or decrease, positive or negative direction in terms of variance for the standard deviation only, not absolute value of this. That's why it's not correlation. If path coefficient is negative, when independent variable is increased, the dependent variable would decrease. Decreased. Okay. So now these explanations which I gave you, you will find all these in these tables. Okay. Cronbach alpha it will give. I will show you in the analysis. Cronbach alpha it will give. Rho A it will give. Composite reliability will give. See all the values which are below the cutoff value, they should be above 0.7. See, will be highlighted as red. So that means I've intentionally taken a dummy data, and to show you that in Smart PLS, it will show you that it is red means not acceptable. Something is wrong with your data. Then these are the factor loading. See, even though it is 0.546, it has highlighted because 0.6 and above is considered good. 1 or 2.5, you can still ignore it, what I say. Then I spoke, I told you, when I show you the table of average variance extracted, you will understand. In words, you will not understand. Now the time has come for you to understand. See, the average variance extracted for BLT as a dimension, okay, is square root of average variance extracted is 0.813. This value should be larger than the inter-item correlation of BLT with all the rest of the dimensions. Inter-item correlation between this with this is 0.365, this with this is 0.625, 365, 0.06. See, this value is greater than all these. So it is having a good discriminant validity. Okay, it is another form of explaining your reliability. It's a discriminant validity. Okay. Similarly, this is also larger, this is also, and this should be larger with the inter-item of all these. Only then it has passed the test of discriminant validity. So what do? Average variance extracted score is here for each item. Automatically in Smart PLS 3, Smart PLS 2, it was not being done. version 3, it automatically calculates and puts the value here. Ideally speaking, correlation of BLT with BLT should be 1, no? There's no meaning in correlating one dimension with its own self. So all these diagonal values are 1. So it is known. So instead of writing 1 there, they write the root of average variance extracted. All right. So this is this. Now the measurement model is final. Measurement model in the form of diagram will be shown here like this, and R square values are put here. All these are factor loading values. I told you these are the items in your questionnaire or items in your experimentation. Suppose you say that surface roughness is measured by 5 items, and surface roughness has an influence on yield strength of the material. Yield strength of the material has influence on something else. You say that, then these are the individual items which you have tabulated. These are the factor loadings. Factor loading is shown. These are the path coefficients which I explained, and these is R square value. See, 0.270 and 0.304 or 94, something like that. So it is above 0.1, which is cut off, so it is safe. So this is a measurement model. This measurement model has failed under reliability with those red as a bloodbath there, okay, because it was a dummy data. Then we move to the structural model. In structural model, we have direct hypothesis testing result. First one is called original sample. These are the original sample mean values, and we do bootstrapping. The claim of structural equation modeling is that as a thumb rule, you give me a sample size of 200. I can extrapolate this 200 to any number, and I will produce you the same result in hypothesis testing. Even if you go and collect the actual data of that large number, the same hypothesis would be supported, provided you have collected data in an unbiased manner with complete randomization. That those two principles are important, which you should study. Read good books on research methodology, how to randomize and how to have unbiased sample size, and what are the various sampling methods. Very important. Probability based and non-probability based sampling methods. So many things to tell. Okay, so those values, when we approximate, it will calculate its own mean values. If this variation difference is more than say 1% or 2%, then it is not reliable. But usually they will be less than that. Okay, it will take care of that. Then this is the standard deviation which is observed. So this original sample O divided by standard deviation is the T statistic. I explained to you the formula also there itself. And then directly significance values are given here. Version 2 did not have significance value. In version 3, directly significance value they have added. They are also revising it. If you ask me as a research methodologist, I will ask you, why do you have so many measures of reliability? Can't you integrate all those reliability measures and give one measure of reliability which will say that my model is robust? You can extend, you can write a C program, study how these composite reliability, discriminant reliability, internal consistency based reliability is all combined, and that itself is a PhD thesis. You can work on that. Okay, so this is the end result. Then you can say very clearly these values are less than 0.05, hypothesis is supported, whereas P, that is perceived ease of use, has no influence on customer satisfaction. Okay, whereas perceived benefits, then customer satisfaction and innovativeness in the product, all these three have significant influence. But this model has failed because of the dummy data, so this you cannot publish. Okay, so I use the dummy data intentionally. Okay, so these are the hypotheses which are supported. Then comes the indirect relationship or moderate mediating relationship. So customer satisfaction has mediated successfully in these two dimensions. You see the p-value here, but it has failed in the third dimension. Why? Because PU has failed here. That's why it has failed. This deeper analysis you should be able to calculate. Okay, and this is going to be the structural model. All right, so now we will apply structural equation modeling and we will use this in our analysis. Okay, yeah, you must have downloaded the version, downloaded that version of Smart PLS student version, or you may have full version also with you. You load that. You will be served with this particular screen first. Then what we will do is we will start one new project. We will give a name to that new project as exercise 1. All right, and we will say okay to this exercise 1 we have put. We will import the data for that. Okay, now please listen to me carefully. The data to be imported for structural equation modeling software Smart PLS should be saved in CSV format. What is CSV format? I will tell you. I will load this data first. Okay, I have loaded the data. All right, and I will come to my model. Okay, fine. I don't want this color and all. We'll kick it out. Okay, see here. First, let me explain to you what this data is. You have done your analysis. Say surface roughness was measured in terms of various dimensions of surface roughness measurement. So you had 1, 2, 3 measures for this. You had another 5 measures for this. Another 4 or 5 measures for something else. They need not be equal. It depends upon the how seasoned, how matured that area is. You have done research and you have found its variable, or you have used earlier scales and found its variable. So perceived ease of use, you narrowed down to 4 items which you used in your questionnaire and collected the response from participants. So this number of participants, these are kept less than 100, because more than that you can't work on education version that you have. Okay, so some have ranked this as 5, some have ranked this as 4. That data you have input into Excel sheet. From Excel sheet, while saving, you save it as CSV, delimited file. Save as CSV file. Okay, file, save as, come to this data, and here see you have to pick delimited file and save it as that, because that format only is read by your structural equationing model software. Hope I didn't goof it up. All right, okay, fine. Now we have to consider the model. I told you, no, structural equational modeling model is built to me by my grandson. There's nothing to learn in it. Learning is in your research, what I was speaking about. Okay, so first you pick a latent variable, right? Click here and give the name of this latent variable. Okay, you right click on that and then name it. This will come. Name it as perceived ease of use, PEU. Say okay to this, PEU. That name will appear there. Okay, let me open the model that I have here. Okay, then I remember it. If I don't remember, I'll go there. Don't worry about it. Then click here in the second place. All of you could do this. First red indicator with naming. Did you do that? Okay, then you click again. Then again rename this as benefits, BNF. This nomenclature should exactly match with your Excel sheet, remember, or else it won't identify it, right? Simple. Then what is the third? Third was innovativeness, INN. So third one you take, you rename it also as INN. Say okay to that you have named. Then you need customer satisfaction. I have named it as CSS in my Excel sheet. So here also I will name it as CSS. Done. Then I need the customer loyalty or brand loyalty, whatever you call it as, BLT. I will call it as BLT and say okay to that. Say okay to that. All right. Now I have made my model. We will slightly beautify it by moving them to the right place. there is a tool here, you know, you select that and then move them to the right place. Okay, move them here, fine. Now we will connect them, that's all. Okay, connect them through the connector. This has to be connected. Click here and click here. Click here and click here. Click here on innovation and connect here. Click this and connect here. All right. Now, my model I have constructed. Now I have to link the data to this. How shall I link the data? My data is already imported here. So one by one, I will put them here. Perceived ease of use. I will take all of them. So you press here, press shift button and come down and take them all to perceived ease of use. It will come here. Then come to benefit, BNF 1, 2, 3 or 4 or how many, I don't know. 5 are there, okay. These 5 for benefits you take, they are brought here. Then take innovation, INN you take and then put them here. Then come to CSS, oh, see something is wrong here. Anyway, CSS 3 is there. We'll see whether it works or else we'll change there, doesn't matter. Okay, it is taken there, that's fine. And then BLT, nomenclature should be same, okay. Please make sure that the naming is same. BLT I have taken here. Okay, now when you get a model, you know, it should be very readable, right? So to make it readable, let me further beautify this. So right click on this and take that indicator, click on this, select and click on this again. Okay, right click on this and take it to the right. All these went to the right. This you put it on the top. All those went to the top. And then this you slightly move down so that they don't overlap. Yeah, slightly move down here. Okay, done. Now I'm ready with the model. All should be blue. Hope you got blue. That's why I told these are latent variables which are blue and these are the manifest variables which are yellow. So manifest variables are rectangles. Y will be shown the factor loadings on this, path coefficients here, and I will be shown T values here in the structural model. Okay, R square value will be within this. All those things I have explained in my PPT. So now we will go for measurement model. Go to calculate partial least square. Okay, don't change anything. 30 iterations, 300 iterations I have taken. You can select any number of iteration and see whether the values change. That I leave it to you. And I got this. Okay, the first table I showed you, the construct validity table is here. See, construct reliability and validity table is this. Then I showed you the factor loading table. Factor loading table is nothing but the outer loading, which is here. See, all the values which are more than, which are not more than 0.6 are highlighted for all the variables. All right. And then one more variable, one more I wanted, discriminant validity is shown here, and it has already filled these values of square root of average variance extracted here. Okay, these are the three main which you see in the research papers that you have found. There are all other things also which I want you to explore by yourselves, but the main ones which we need for paper I have shown you here. Take a printout of this and take a printout of this also and transfer it to the paper. And here, you know, these are the R square values, 0.270 and 0.304 or 0.394, whatever it is. You read it and that is shown. That I showed you in the PPT also. All right, this is my measurement model. Then come to the structural model. Now hypothesis testing. Come to bootstrapping. I can extend it to any sample size that I want. See, subsamples 500 or whatever it is. You can extend and run it. It has run the structural model, and it has directly shown you the T values here. T value as a thumb rule, if it is greater than 1.64, it is significant at 0.1, 10%. More than something like 2.24, significant at 5%. More than 2.29, it is significant even at 1%. Okay, this you will find in any good textbook you see, and more accurate values you can find also, no issue. Okay, but for us, as long as these values which are listed in this algorithm here, bootstrapping here, as long as it is listed here as p-value less than 0.05, hypothesis is supported. For this customer satisfaction, it is not supported. Over. That is all. Now, only thing that is left out is I also want to see the indirect effect, means the mediating effect. For mediating effect, you click here on specific indirect effects. In specific indirect effects, if you see, then you will find that here these values are for mediating influence of customer satisfaction between perceived benefit to brand loyalty or customer loyalty. Okay, that you change whatever you want. Yeah, innovativeness and brand loyalty, perceived ease of use, not supported. This is also shown here. Okay, I am done. This is what I had planned for my overall presentation from 10 to 5. I have overshot my time by 5 minutes, but what we speak now on for another 10 to 15 minutes are very important. Now I'm open to all your questions. Please ask me your questions. Dr. Dashrath is going to moderate between us. So if you got questions, you ask. And now you see we have come together. It's a mega mass of 1,000 researchers sitting together. Let us put our mind together and let us see how we can take research to the next level in management, science, social sciences, hospitality, medical science, whatever it is, you name the area, we are there with you. We will find people to collaborate with you, and we have to ultimately end up, the whole purpose of this research is to end up with one paper. If my workshop has made you fit enough to write a paper by yourself, great, go ahead and good luck in your paper presentation. But I don't want to leave those who are left behind. If you are not understood, of course, more reading is required. It is one-day workshop. I have just introduced you to these terms, and 1% of instruction is given. 99% of your reading, identifying the gap, all these things are required. Literature review, I have quite a good number of YouTube videos you can find in YouTube. Lavlin L.R. Rodriguez, you type, you will find all those videos. Go through that. Please be in touch with me, contact me, and I will give you access to the papers which I have published. I was not born with this. I have also learned from other researchers and developed these papers, and I am very grateful to my students who have made me what I am today. And I don't have even a single authored paper. It is either at the time of my PhD with my guide, or it is with my students at undergraduate, postgraduate, or doctoral level. So all these papers you can go through. If you want full paper, I will send it to you. We will see how we can collaborate with each other and take that research to the next level of analysis. All right. Okay, that's why you note this Google Scholar ID also, and you can be in touch with me. Okay, and let us cross the national boundaries also. All right, and we let us join hands with each other international level. You spread this message and spread this video recording. Dashrath will coordinate. In fact, Dashrath is my co-author in many of my research papers, and this entire workshop is his brainchild, and he is the one who has connected me to you. So you can first establish your connection with him. Okay, I have given you my email ID also. We are going to operate in team, and will definitely collaborate with you if you are willing in paper publication. Okay, all your questions I'm open now, and I'll be more than happy to answer them provided I have the answers. So Dr. Dashrath, over to you, sir.
Sir, there is one question by Saibal Kumar Saha.
Okay.
The question is, what is the minimum number of items that should be taken in a construct?
Yes, I did not tell you that part in my today's presentation. You see, what you have to actually do in your research is, first, suppose I will explain in terms of one management research. You extend it to science and technology later. Okay. In management research, these are the items in your questionnaire, right? What you have to do is, you have to first develop your questionnaire, catch hold of good research papers. I myself, I have several papers on developing, testing, and validating a questionnaire for primary data collection. Okay, and what you do there is you develop a questionnaire and add all the important scales which you feel are important for representing your dimension. And then what you should do is, I'll run the PLS algorithm again, and what you should do is you should serve this questionnaire to a small pilot sample. Now, what should be the ideal pilot sample size? That is a debatable topic. There are various thumb rules. It is approximately 10% of your primary data. Okay, or there is a systematic way of calculating pilot sample size also. You can calculate the sample size for pilot study. My thumb rule is 10% of the actual. Okay, and then serve this questionnaire to 35 people, collect the data and run it in structural equation modeling and get this measurement model. You observe these factor loadings. See, only 3 here I have got above 6 and one has 0.359. Now let us do confirmatory factor analysis. In confirmatory factor analysis, we are only confirming now. There is no need to go for exploratory factor analysis. We are eliminating those items which are reducing my factor loading. Okay, as a thumb rule, the propagators of structural equation modeling, smart PLS, Hare and Nunali, they say that at least 2 minimum indicators should be there to measure an item. It's obvious, it's logic, isn't it? You should have at least 2 to measure a latent variable. Okay, so to be safe, you keep 3. To be safe, you have at least 3, right? So in confirmatory factor analysis, all these values, see 263, 483, you delete them from your model and you reduce. Initially, you may have a questionnaire with around 124, 136 items in your questionnaire. Who has the time to spend half an hour filling your questionnaire when there is nothing for them? That is why the return rate of questionnaire in management or social science research is only 20 to 30%. So what you have to do is do confirmatory factor analysis and reduce the questionnaire size. If you have a reduced number of questionnaire which measures almost 70% of the variance, there is principal component analysis based method, how you measure these eigenvalues, eigenvectors, and then decide how these factors are more important than the other. Then you use your judgmental. This factor may have 359, but when you consulted with your experts, when you did the construct criteria, validity, and so on, content, construct, and criteria validity, when you did, the expert must have told you that this item is very important, then retain it, because this is just a number given by a software package, which is an approximate package. When after you reduce the remaining and you run again, that may increase its factor loading. Why? Because the first set of people, small sample 30, might not have given due weightage for that item. So here you reduce all items, you reduce and reduce all items to 3 items each. Now these 3 items for your entire structural equation model, you use them to collect the primary data. That means you will send a questionnaire to primary data of 200 plus samples. Thumb rule in structural equation modeling is minimum 200 sample size should be there. If you go by that percent defect, okay, and percentage error sample size estimation, or go by G factor sample size estimation, or go by another 3 or 4 methods we have. Effect size is widely used in structural equation modeling. Based on the effect size method or KM analysis of sample size estimation, if you go by Cohen's method, you go by, so many methods are there. All you combine, and then if you go for probability based sampling, most of the methods will give something like 150 to 200 only when you reduce. That is why in the structural equation modeling, they said you give any value of 200 and slightly above that, we will do bootstrapping, extrapolate it to larger sample size and give the same result. Okay, so ideal sample size based on my experience in research is around, not sample size, item size in your question is around 36 to 45. Around 35 to 45 questions items if you have, except for that initial demographic based question items you have. These items, if you serve to questionnaire, it will not take more than 15 to 20 minutes for them to answer, and you will get a larger sample size. So to take your question head on, minimum 2 as claimed by Hare and Nunali, propagators of structural equation modeling. I would advise 3 to be safe, and sample size about 200 and verified by all the rest of the sampling size method. And it again depends upon whether you are going for convenience sampling or probability sampling. That means non-probability based sampling or probability based sampling. Okay, so you have to decide on that and then arrive at a sample size. Sample size 200 plus, 2 items for each latent variable. So this is the actual procedure for doing research using structural equation modeling. First, pilot study, do confirmatory factor analysis, reduce the total items which you have initially, and use only 3 items for each. These 3 items reduced questionnaire, you distribute it to the primary sample size which you have selected, collect that data and analyze it. All right, so this is the procedure. Dr. Dashrath, over to you, sir. Next question.
Sir, next question. Can factors having eigenvalues less than 1 be taken?
We don't go by eigenvalues, we go by factor loading values. Factor loading should be above 0.6 ideally to take those items.
Sir,
eigenvalue is not required. Factor loading directly given in this table, you see, I showed you the table, right? In this table, I showed you the factor loading here. They are outer loadings. Okay, here directly, these values itself you take. They are all simplified. Eigenvalue, eigenvectors, and all are in your exploratory factor analysis. That's not required now. All right. So in this only directly you pick and eliminate those factors which I have given you the value less than 0.6. Yes, sir. Next.
Next question is, are moderators included in CFA?
In structural equation modeling, including moderating effect is yet to come. So you will have to do this moderating effect by your SPSS analysis. That's very easy analysis. You do that moderating analysis using SPSS. This is directly hypothesis testing for direct and indirect effect.
Sir,
or you will have to write a C program. Basically, it is developed based on your basic languages, right? You can catch hold of a computer science engineer and add that module of SPSS of studying the demographic influence that we do. Add it to the model and then analyze and use it. Okay, but as it is, you cannot use it in structural equation modeling.
So next,
yes, sir.
Next, I have more than 100 comments which are praises for you, and you know, since the beginning of the workshop until now, sir has not dropped a bit, and the energy level is same.
Friends, I am a very old man. I am 61 year old, and I have a grandson who is in 7th standard. And I take this as a compliment. I look a bit young with all this coloring and all, and it's not my mistake. Thank you very much for that compliment. I'm very sorry I could not add much of humor to my talk, or else in my management lectures on motivation, inspiration, leadership and all, I use humor as a tool. This was a very serious topic, and I was very serious, which is very difficult for me to be. But I was forced to be very serious in this lecture. This is just the beginning. Let us be in touch with a moderator like Dr. Dashrath. He is not only good looking by his appearance, he is very good at his heart, and he will meet your individual needs as far as research is concerned, and be in touch with him. I have enjoyed, he is my work associate, and I have enjoyed my interactions with him. He is always there to help me, and this motivational state and high state of energy, I am basically black belt some 20-30 years back, and my association with people like Dr. Dashrath, and definitely association with you. And I'm also interested in knowing your criticism also. I know in one day workshop I cannot do justice to my 48 hours module in research methodology. I cannot do justice, but I have tried to do my best. So please email me your criticisms also, and I will try to incorporate them in my next session. All right. So thank you for those kind words, and please feel free to come to me with your criticisms also, which I will take it equally. Dashrath sir, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Over to Dr. Ravindra Shenoy. Ravindra sir.
Before we go to Dr. Ravindra Shenoy, I hope you have noted our email IDs of myself and Dr. Dashrath Raj. You can keep in touch with us. You send your emails to us. Our response may be delayed, but you are sure to get response. That we can. And he has also opened on Telegram a group. You can join that group. I don't know what is the maximum number in WhatsApp group. You can form these groups and join us to that. And we will definitely have a collaborative research with you people, which we are eagerly looking forward for. Okay, we are not claiming any expertise, or we are not a cut above the rest. We are all co-researchers. We are going to co-create knowledge. Constructivism is our philosophy, and we are all going to work together as research associates. Okay, be assured about it. Yes, sir. Dr. Ravindra Shenoy, over to you.
I think, sir, there is some technical issue from, Dr. Ravindra Shenoy. Okay, just a minute. Is it fine now, Dr. Shenoy? Anyway, sir, I think he has some technical issues. Anyway, I will take over. Okay, so with this, we come to the end of our today's one-day workshop. At the beginning, I will have to thank Dr. Sandeep Shenoy and Dr. Vikram Baliga, because of whom we could arrange this one-day workshop. And this entire thing was possible because Dr. Rodriguez, my guru, my mentor, had agreed to deliver his lecture, and you might have seen, I understand from you and from your feedback, that the amount of energy he has and amount of passion he has towards his subject. Now, we have subject experts, but I have one person whom I call the research methodologist, because he can design an experiment or design a methodology for any of your subjects. That's his speciality, and it's out of practice and years of efforts. He keeps updating himself, and it's I have seen his students attending even after completion of course, because they say that every year, sir, you update yourself and we get something new, and that's his speciality. And I have to be very thankful to him, and the number of hours continuously he has been delivering this lecture, even without a slight drop in energy level or enthusiasm. We'll have to be thankful to him. Thankful to the entire team of Department of Commerce for arranging this particular workshop, and we have been arranging such workshops in the past also. 3 or 4 we have already done, and we hope to carry out this in the future as well. As Dr. Rodriguez sir has said, we will collaborate with you. If you are interested, please write to us, join our Telegram group, put in your queries. We will collaborate. We can collaborate in whatever manner you want. And MIT, Manipal, or Mahe always wants interdisciplinary collaborative research, and are both the director of Manipal Institute of Technology and HOD from Department of Commerce, Dr. Sandeep Shonai. Incidentally, he's also my teacher and inspired me a lot. So all of them want collaborative research. You may be a faculty or a student. Mahe is always known for research. It wants people to collaborate and do research. So with these words, I will thank you for your patient listening and being with us. Before ending, I would like to share the screen and show you. If you see here, we have around 1,500 participants who are live and watching now. Maybe they are 10 or 20 minutes lagging behind us because they joined late, but we have 1,537 and who are concurrent around 54. So this is what the success of workshop is for us. So with this, we would like to conclude our today's workshop. Thank you, Department of Commerce. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Shenoy, Dr. Vikram Baliga, Dr. Ravindra Shenoy, Dr. Matthew Gill, Dr. Ankita Shetty, and the entire team. Sorry if I have left some names. Thank you, each and everyone. Have a great day. We'll meet you soon. Please keep writing to us. Thank you again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rodriguez, sir. Thank you so much.